Namaskar. Welcome to Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University's National Conference on Media and Journalism. Today is the fourth and final day of the third edition of the National Conference on Media and Journalism. And we are ready to witness an array of notable personalities in the sessions. The previous sessions have been enlightening and interactive. We have been provided with new perspectives to look upon the capacity of the media to contribute to world peace.
NCMJ's third day featured a wide spectrum of professional opinions and views. We saw a number of well-known people share their views on the subject of inclusivity in the newsrooms in the fifth plenary session. The sixth plenary session touched the topic mobile journalism, the good and the bad. The third day concluded with an interesting media-to-media connect session which discussed the challenges before regional media. Attendees found the plenary sessions to be educational and a huge success. In today's first session, Youth to Youth Connect, we will showcase young panelists across the world to discuss the theme expression of self in the digital age.
The conflict between one's virtual identity and real identity leaves youngsters, especially teenagers, confused and delusional. The new generation feels their existence is validated through social media. In the Youth to Youth Connect, we have a vivid panel of youngsters discussing the expression of self in the digital age. Our panel includes Mr. Rishi Shah, Mass Communication and Journalism student of MIT WPU, Pune. Mr. Rahul Kumar, an MA Society and Culture student from Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar. Ms. Anushka Asrani from Center for Management Studies, Jain University, Bangalore. Ms. Misha Sharma, MA Mass Communication and Journalism student of MIT World Peace University, Pune. Ms. Abhilasha, student at New York Film Academy, Los Angeles.
Investigative journalism unearths information that some people would prefer to remain hidden. It focuses on the truth and aids in the development of the ordinary man while promoting the common good. The panelists of this session includes Abhay Vaidya, who is a senior investigative journalist and author, Joshi Joseph, an investigative journalist and author, Anirudh Bahal, the founder of Cobra Post, M.K. Venu, the founder editor of The Wire, Sunanda Mehta, the former resident editor of the Indian Express.
Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University's National Conference on Media and Journalism, is a unique platform where experts from the media fraternity across the world will gather to have dialogue and to promote the idea of peace.
Incredible panelists, interactive plenary sessions, Youth to Youth and Media to Media Connect are the highlights of NCMJ 3. Once again, welcome to the fourth day of MIT World Peace University's National Conference on Media and Journalism. Stay tuned. Greetings on behalf of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University. I, Tripti Tyagi from second year, BAJMC School of Media and Journalism, welcome all the dignitaries and attendees to the Youth to Youth Connect session in the third National Conference on Media and Journalism, titled Youth to Youth Expression of Self in the Digital Age. Over the past 3 days, we have seen many vibrant and dynamic individuals express themselves on various issues in the plenary sessions and Media to Media Connect session. And now it's time to have our young panelists put forth their thoughts. Firstly, I would like to introduce my moderator for the day, Mr. Rishi Shah. Rishi Shah is a final year student of mass media from MIT WPU itself. He is an excellent orator, writer, and skateboarder. He has emceed for countless events ranging from open mics and interviews to detailed sports and commentary as well. Next, we also have Rahul Kumar. Rahul Kumar is a master's student in the Society and Cultural Program at the Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar. He completed his bachelor's degree from the Cluster Innovation Center, University of Delhi. His research interests include public policy, labor history, subaltern studies, and film studies. Next up, we have Miss Anushka Asrani. She is a 19-year-old from Jain University, CMS Bangalore. She is currently studying Bachelor of Arts in Journalism, and her interests lie in the field of advertising and public relations. She is a part of the Media Fest team of my college, where they compete to win in different media contests and fests throughout the year. She is also exploring the world of content creation and has a YouTube channel of her own, which focuses on the infotainment genre, wherein she shares stories of underrated gems in India and helps spread their life lessons. Miss Abhilasha Kumar. Abhilasha is a filmmaker and aspiring painter who studies in the New York Film Academy, and she is based in Los Angeles. Coming from a background of psychology and mass communication from Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda with intense filmmaking in New York Film Academy School, gives her a strong backbone of integrating all her knowledge and experiences to produce art to its most potential way with efficiency in respect with creativity and logistics. She has experience in assistant directing and script writing. She is a writer director with storytelling skills as well. She aspires and looks forward to have her own production house where there's an opportunity of expression and creation for the ones who believe in opening perspectives for the masses through films. She has a fluid mind with an artistic soul in love with the idea of creation, turning thoughts into reality. Next up, we have Miss Misha Sharma. Misha is graduated from MIT WPU Pune, currently pursuing masters from MIT WPU. She has participated in theaters and did street plays with untouched topics like yellow journalism. Her hobby is painting and singing, and she has represented Pune in English singing at Mood Indigo in the year 2019. She has her own blog where she writes on several topics with cartoons or paintings made by her on the same topic. She aspires to work in the journalism industry of art and culture for broadcast media. Next up, we have Afrain Fatima. Miss Afrain Fatima is an art director and event curator. She is driven towards various forms of art. In a world of exploration, she's working at being an impactful art director, an event curator, painter, host, and a new age content creator. Afreen is also a screenwriter for award winning short films. From theater to Instagram, she uses various mediums to express herself artistically. I would now request the host to please kindly pray the World Peace Prayer.
नमो जियाद्या वेद प्रतिपाद्या जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा देवातुति गणेषु सकलार्थमतिप्रकाशु म्हणे निवृत्तिदासु अवधारि गोदी गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुसाक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
I would now like to hand over to Mr. Rishi Shah for the moderation of the session.
Thank you, Tripti, and a very good afternoon to the respected journalists and the esteemed panelists over here. And we have a beautiful topic here today, expressing yourself in this digital era, which I think is very important because nowadays, what this digital era has done to us is nothing other than make us follow trends. Everyone tries to express themselves in the views of others. People follow trends and think that they're expressing themselves, whereas they're just copying what someone else has told them. And I would like to open this discussion by telling people that there's the fake, not the fake, I would say the social world is not the real world. It is not even a replica of the real world. So whatever happens online, if and when brought out into the real world, and if it's not liked by people around you, that doesn't mean you stop expressing yourself, just like you don't stop expressing yourself in the digital era or on social media platforms. And I'm sure we have young panelists here who would like to express on this point further. Thank you. I would like to invite the first panelist, Mr. Rahul Kumar, to express his views on this topic. Thank you. Over to the panelists now.
Hello, am I audible? Okay. Good morning, everyone. So I am a student from IIT Gandhinagar. I am pursuing my master in society and culture. So I am part of the theme we are going to discuss today. So in the time of digital age, so everything has been changed. So from expressing ourselves in social media, digital media is very completely different from what we are in physical spaces. So we all are aware about that the woke culture and cancel culture. So the wokeness is a part of the expression only. So in India today, we see that in the social media, there people are very woke about their identity, about the issue on the issue in the physical. They are not like that. So many people are introvert. So they don't actually interact with the in the real world in the real world physically, but they are comfortable in social medias in digital spaces, and they completely express their views, they keep their opinions. So there are a lot of pros and cons behind that, in social medias expressing ourselves. So we are more conscious about the identity, our identity in when we are going online, we are putting ourselves, we're trying to so different what you used to be in physical world. So people are conscious about what they're not actually. So this is sometime we see the people are not actually on the social media, they what they are in the real. So it's also the creation, we create ourselves, our image in the front of social media, so that the people should like us, so they should appreciate us, and to also to get the opportunities. So different platforms like linkedin, if I have to say that, if I have to express myself, so I will be behaving in certain way on LinkedIn. On Instagram, I will be behaving in different way. On Facebook, I will be behaving in different way. So I am using different platform to behave myself in different way. So myself, so the way I behaving in physical world, I am completely behaving on different platform in different ways. So I'm just creating my own self in front of these social medias in different ways. So this is the one things. And also when you are very cautious, because you know that this can damage your image, this can damage your image and opportunity, the opportunity you want, you will be able to get through this um, social media, using this social media. So we are completely aware about these things. And also their cancel culture. So there are fake news is also, you know, that fake image, even one person can create 2 3 accounts. So as a person, I am behaving in a certain way as a real identity, I'm using id, and at the same time I'm using the fake id to behaving in certain way. So that promoting the that online mob and troll, we call it troll that. So maybe I can also be part of that, and I'm very free to like just do anything. So I'm referring to the youth, those who are involved into that. So the cancel culture and our culture, we can see there in India, it's become a trend. So canceling the others voice, other culture. And wokeness is also the Me Too movement. We see the Me Too movement is a part of wokeness. So also the Dalit identity, Bahujan identity is coming. So it's culturally promoting. We see the reel, how the political party is using the reels to attract the youth. Insta reel and all different type of reels. YouTube have also that functions. So this platform is really attracting the youth to engage from all certain classes, from all spectrum of the classes. The people, the mainly the youth, and to target them, the politicians or political parties is catering them and trying to make, and they try to engage. So culture is very important. So for the Bahujans, for the Dalit, they are asserting their identity through their these social media, their identity through that can't be done in the physical spaces most of the time. So this is the essential platform. I think this is providing the person a identity to express themselves, where they are not able to express in the physical form. And cons, we know that there are a lot of um, uh, negative impact on the youth. For example, the game culture, the addiction of the social medias are really impacting the mental health of the youth. So this is the negative side of the that what we see the digital age. And also with the time, everything is adopting into the digital age. So even the religion is adopting the digital space, and they are trying to incorporate the media, social media in the digital age, what we refer in the digital age. Also, so I'll give one example from my experience. So one of my friend who used to not speak in the class at all. And when I was not connected with her on the social media, but when I connected with her on social media, I saw that she is she was introvert in the physical space, she was extrovert on the social media. She was really creative, and she used to produce a lot of good content. She used to write, she used to express, and this was very shocking for me. So it's really shocking for me that how a person who is to not speak, who is to fumble, who is to not feel confident to talk about herself or anything in the physical space, and she is very comfortable, was very comfortable in expressing on the social media, digital media. So this is the power of the social media, and we connect through the world, all over the world, with the other different people, different culture. So we see that we are adopting the different culture, and it is also the negative point for all us, that singularity, the culture is becoming into a single form, and the people are adopting the same trend. And also the positive point is that people are learning from different culture, and they are adopting also. So there are plus point and negative point also in the time of digital media. So I'll conclude by saying that there are pros and cons in of the social medias, and youth are really impacted by these social medias and in the time of digitalization, because this is the time we have changed. After the pandemic, the thing has been already changed. We know that the children from the class 5 6, like primarily primary school going students are also adopting this technology because of the pandemic. So anyway we have to adopt, and we have to go through the time, and in the time we are with the digital media, and so digital media we have to adopt, and we have to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rahul. So, to summarize Mr. Kumar's smack on point view, he fairly and very nicely he elaborated and differentiated the social media space and the physical space. how people act very differently on media and how they act very differently in the real world. And I think it could be a big issue because we never know who we see on social media and who we see in the real life. But it could also bring up points as in boosting confidence, allowing people to speak and promote their culture and whatnot, sharing, talking to more people, gathering more resources and knowledge. Thank you so much. We would have the next panelist, Miss Anushka Asrani, present her views on expressing self in the digital era. Thank you so much.
Uh, thank you so much. I hope I'm audible. Yeah, so thank you for that introduction, and I'm really excited to be sharing my views for today's theme. So, before actually coming here, I went through my own social media profile and I saw a beautiful montage of experiences of my life, be it winning a few fests or traveling with my own family or, even dressing up great for a few special events, which made me feel good for a few fraction of seconds. But when I actually thought it through, I realized that I've always portrayed the high points of my life on social media. And it made me feel a little strange because I know if I had to sum up my 19 years of my life, or if I had a time machine where, I could go back and look through everything that I've been through, all the experiences or all the failures of my life that have truly shaped me, that have truly, contributed in making me who I am today, none of that is a part of social media. Now, I'm not saying that everyone should go on around, being very vulnerable or, showing their lows in social media as well. But what I'm trying to say is that our obsession of looking happy on social media has created this false sense of, an inflated self, and not just in our minds, but in the eyes of the world as well. So, on a very similar note, there is this one line that I read which said that our interaction on social media is basically like how our real selves and ideal selves have intersected. Now, I'm sure everyone sitting here has their perception of an ideal self as well, maybe be it acing your career, acing your profession, or just living the best of your personal lives. But unfortunately, I believe that our expression on these digital platforms have represented our ideal selves so much more that our real aspects have eliminated out the real essence or the real components of who we are. That's completely eliminated out of the picture. And I don't believe that this is true only for Gen Z or millennials. I think it holds true for the holds true for the adult population as well. So now there are a lot of studies, right, that say that by default, um, the human's nature is to be incredibly insecure. And I believe that most people, if there's an intention to show off like a particular thing in social media, in reality they're pretty much insecure about the same thing. Now, let me give you an example. So let's just say someone wants to film and post every single moment of a trip that they're going to. I think it's because they want to hide from the world that in reality they're actually overworking themselves and they're not getting a trip like that is a rare occasion for them. But on social media they post every little thing to show the world that to hide the reality from the world. On the contrary, right, if there is let's just say a college student who's just graduated and they haven't really found a job yet, but they see all their other friends around them who have their own jobs, so we'll pretty much try to go to a fancy work cafe, order coffee and post a picture of their laptop with the coffee on side, with a gif that says work mode on, when in reality they're probably just watching some random YouTube videos, right? So, I believe that keeping all of this in mind, each one of us should take a step back and ask ourselves that, ask ourselves a few important questions like, hey, why am I doing this? Does this really make me happy? Or am I doing this just so I can capture it and share it with the world on social media so I can look happy in their eyes? Another important question I believe we have to ask ourselves is that, am I spending enough time in my life to reach my goals or to reach my ideal self? Or am I spending more time in portraying on social media, pretending that everything's already ideal? If I can portray myself as an ideal figure, or portray that I have an ideal career, am I actually in real life able to work for these goals, or able to achieve my ideal status? Am I truly aligning my real self with my ideal self? So after asking all these questions, we need to think about how we have to, instead of working and putting all the attention and efforts in creating an ideal online persona, I think all of us should be creating a better offline personality. So now another thing, when we talk about social media, right? So every venture, when it's born out of a place, of problem solving. So even when social media was born, I believe like the purpose of it was, the initial intentions with any digital platform was to completely remove the barrier of distance. So, people could connect virtually, build communities, and stay in touch with each other, even though they're far, far away. And that's a beautiful purpose. It's a beautiful concept. But I think that concept has, that started off from problem solving, has now actually led to creating more issues than solving. And it's purely because of how our focus has shifted towards, seeking validation from these platforms, or, obsessing over the superficial virtual world so much that it has given rise to, a lot of mental health issues as well. I'm sure people dealing with anxiety and low self-esteem has escalated more after social media being a prominent part of their lives. So on the high end side, when we look, social media gives us an opportunity to tell people about who we are. But unfortunately, people filter it out and they edit it and they try to portray a perfect identity. And the saddest part is, in reality, they're also trying to adjust their real life personality according to that falsely created perfect identity. And then they always complain about how they're exhausted or tired. It's simply because they're trying to be someone they're not. And while social media should have been a passive form of communication, it has sadly become the dominant one. And while real life or real world communication should have been dominant, it is in a way, it's in a way become passive. And social media is taking us out of the present moment. And we're just left with existing in the virtual world. So I believe that, I remember that growing up, the norm, when you meet a new person, was to ask their phone number so you can connect with them better. But I think now we go on about, following them on Instagram. Now, social media has become like that, right? It has become the do it all platform. Emails, calls, etc. They've been replaced by texts. And even newspapers, etc., has been replaced because we have all the news in our hands. So our noses are bound to be indulged on our phones. A lot of researchers have also pointed out that we actually use our phones twice more than how much we think we do. So on an average, people spend around 5 hours a day on social media, which is like one third of our entire waking lives. So even though social media has become inevitable, in hindsight, we're not truly living our real life, but we're living our society's life. We've also gone from, you are the average of five people around you, to you are the average of five people you follow the most in social media. So, putting yourselves on social media has, obsessing over it so much has made us, forget to, do the internal check or the internal work that's really required. So I believe now, after highlighting all these issues, we need a few solutions as well, right? So what I would like to offer is that number one, all of us should take the conscious efforts in at least having digital detox once or twice a week for a day or two. And instead of mindlessly scrolling, how about we replace that time in actually maintaining a journal or journaling down, so we can simply get to know the real, our real selves better. Just sitting down with yourself and spending more time with yourself will, lead to a better future than mindlessly scrolling. And I believe every time there's an opportunity to, connect with people better offline, I think we should use that, to our full advantage and make more meaningful relationships. I also believe that it is humans' nature to be, distracted, but we can choose healthy distractions over the unhealthy ones. So, how about all of us, instead of complaining that we don't have enough time to pick up a new hobby, I believe we can just lock our phones away for a day, and we'll realize how much time we have. So we can, pick up a new hobby or learn something new. So, I would just like to conclude with one last motto that I've been trying to live by, which is create more than you consume. I consciously try to put efforts in exploring my creativity and trying out new things more than I consume content. I also create, like, it was mentioned in the introduction that I try to create more, curate the best content from the internet and create it through my YouTube channel. So, yeah, create more than you consume, and always choose the healthy distraction over the unhealthy one. And get to know yourselves better in real life instead of, wasting time portraying your digital self. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Oh, that speech was so deep, the Mariana Trench got scared. There was lovely points that you brought up, and I think you hit all the right spots which you had to. Man, that speech left hit me on a personal level, I think. Even I'll go check what I uploaded. Anyway, it was lovely how she told us how social media can also be a bane instead of a boon to the society. How curated content can also narrow your perspectives instead of just, giving you new things, because that is what social media does. It checks what you explore the most, it keeps a track of what you see the most, and that is the only thing they show. They will never let you broaden your gaze. Thank you so much for your wonderful, I don't know what to call that speech now. So we would have the next panelist up, and that would be Misha Sharma. Do we have Misha?
Uh, Hi everyone. I'm Misha Sharma, and thank you for having me here today. It's a pleasure to be actually able to speak on this topic. Um, First and foremost, when we were in bachelor's and even in masters, we were taught that one practices PR all the time, that is public relations. Even while I'm presenting myself in front of everyone right now, the way I'm dressed, the way I have put makeup on myself, the way I'm able to communicate, it is showing, or it is a form of PR that I'm practicing. The same is practiced on social medias as well, even while someone is trying to express themselves in this digital age. When I heard about this topic, expression of self in the digital age, all I had on my mind were questions like, what is self expression? What are the factors affecting it? Why is it important? And um, why should we practice it in this digital age, especially in this digital age? But then again, the most outlandish part of all of this was, even though I am constantly on social media platforms, be it Instagram, be it Twitter, be it Facebook, uploading photos, videos, reels, making cringiest content, or just uploading some stories of me traveling on my photos, um, I couldn't point out to myself the simplest question, that what is self expression? Maybe this is because this the self expression that is on social media, it is affected by a lot of factors. It is affected by our peers, the people who are watching us, the trolls, the likes and dislikes of people, the trends, the stereotypes, the people affecting it, the platforms that are the most preferred. Say Instagram is the most preferred platform by the people, right? By you youngsters, the youth right now. All of these affect someone's self expression. Let's take the most common example right now, TikTok versus YouTube. The whole TikTok fraternity was considered to be the cringe content creators. In the public eye, me included in it, I considered it to have the cringiest content on the globe. That is because the people used to express themselves. It did not matter on TikTok who you are, where you come from, either you're poor, you're rich. It did not matter. People could express themselves within the time span of 15 seconds to 1 minute. Now, the whole TikTok and YouTube fight took to such a level that they had the all-out war, the roast, the TikTok versus YouTube wala thing that happened, and everybody was a part of it. The main characters being Amir Siddiqui and Carrie Minati, with which the whole war ended. Everybody knows about this. But then again, what did this lead to? People became hesitant or pulled themselves towards a level where they thought ki nahi, I should not upload this, maybe I should not do this, maybe this will be considered cringe. People were hesitant to express themselves and what they like to post. This was pointed out in one of Tanmay Bhatt's live streams, which was TikTok Shraddhanjali, where he played the videos which were actually good and from all walks of life. There was an uncle, a very old uncle, maybe he would be 90 years old, and all he did was slap people around and walked in a savage way. That was not cringe for me. That was cute. It was a form of self-expression that that person followed. But then again, it made this YouTube versus TikTok made people slide backwards in their expression. Giving an example of myself, I have a private account on Instagram, which means I have only my friends over there, only my relatives or the people I know. Those people, even while I'm uploading something, say a reel or a video or a photo, I think about it. Ki, should I be uploading this? Will this be considered cringe? Is it trendy enough? Is the music poppy enough? Is this makeup going to be too much? Will they understand me? My self expression is hampered by all of these people while I'm uploading something which makes me happy. So, even though I am on Instagram, these things are affecting me. But then again, there is one place on Instagram that hides this judgmental phase from everyone. It's called the close friends list, where we can be ourselves. We just pick out some people, like 12 people out of a group of 1,000, knowing pretty well that these people will only laugh and not judge us based on our content. For example, I like to upload in my close friends list the cringiest videos of me portraying, say, Cardi B, or a girl who is like in those complete Gen Z mode. I like to upload those things. And my friends revert back to me saying, oh my God, Misha, that was so funny. And I know that that is a place, the close friends list is where I won't be judged. So this is a place where people can express themselves. Coming back to the questions, that is, what is self-expression? This question can be answered by saying it is an expression of someone's feelings, their thoughts, their opinions, their ideas through different forms, say writing, art, dance, music, and so on. In this digital age, they are portrayed through photos, videos, reels, stories, which people make and upload. Even I do that. I paint and upload it on my blog page. So this is how people express what they are feeling. Now, what are the factors affecting it? It is affected by the press. It is affected by the peers. It is affected by the people we are uploading it for. It is affected by the likes and dislikes, the trends, the stereotypes, the preferences of platforms, the trolls, and whatnot. Now, why is self-expression important? Because in this day and age, everyone is on social media. Everyone is trying to express their best self on social media. as to who they want to be or aspire to be on social media. And in all of this, you need your space, you need your world where you can be yourself and express who you are, who you truly are, not being affected by all of these stereotypes and trends. That is why self expression is important. And that too, especially in this digital age, when people are putting on filters and putting on filters on their real life. Thank you.
Thank you, Misha, for that lovely, lovely, lovely opinion. And also, it really, really told me how even though social media does not have square foot to it, or it doesn't even have plots or RERA or anything, thank God. So we can, still, even though, say, I would say, imagine as Instagram being the stage where having a private account is like going backstage, and having close friends is like having your own vanity room, your own safe space where you can be yourself, you can prepare to be what you want to be, and come out and show to the world what you have done in your time. I think that is really important, which was a perspective that was missed from this session for too long. And also about how people express themselves, how you want to express yourself. You said the difference between influencers and just a normal social media consumer. Not everyone comes to social media to influence people, to spread what they want. Some people just come, they want to chill, they want to talk to friends, they want to show their friends what they're doing and leave. That is, this is the kind of place that social media is for some people. And there are some people like Hindustani Bhai who express themselves on social media through reels which are violent and abusive and promote hegemony. The difference between two. Thank you for bringing out such a different opinion on this point, on this agenda. Thank you so much, Misha. And now we'd have the next panelist, Afrain Fatima, come up and express herself on this digital era. Afrain Fatima, can we have you turn your video and mic on, please? That's pretty awkward. While we wait for the panelists further, are there any questions or any discussion which the panelists would like to do among themselves? Because there were a lot of views that were presented about social media space. Oh, we have Afri here. Let's continue. Hi. Everyone's waiting for your thing.
All right, hello. Okay, I hope you guys can hear me. Hi. All right, hi everyone. I'm Afreen and I am here to be a lot more expressive on video and tell you guys how self-expression in the digital age has been going on for a while now. So yes, a way to be expressive about your own life. That is something very common these days, something that we all are seeing. Everyone putting out their opinions, their thoughts on social media, in person as well. And yeah, I've realized that art has become a form of self-expression. I mean, since the beginning of time, it is there. But at the same time, we have painters, singers, dancers, a lot of artistic forms and so much more that is in the picture that lets people, put out their thoughts and opinions, out there. So it's a form of venting mechanism. So yeah, so let's say that if we were born in the 1900s during the time of the blue period of Picasso making his paintings with, let's say, Cubism trying to become famous and stuff like that. During that time, if you notice, not many people knew what Cubism was. In fact, not many people knew Picasso. But right now, we do know what Picasso did. We do know the kind of art forms that have emerged through history. And this is through digital platforms. This is not just because some of us are reading books about them, history books about them, but it is because digital age has given us the opportunity to understand the different kind of mediums that are there, different opportunities that you have. And it has in fact changed a lot of things, a lot of information that we consume. So the few things that I want to point out is first thing, coming to self-creation. So we've all, because of the digital mediums and digital age, we've all have taken the path of self-exploration. We are trying to explore the things that we might be interested in, the things that we want to learn. I mean, few days ago, I felt like I need to learn ukulele, and I got one, and I have YouTube tutorials on to just go for it and learn. It's taking me a while, but it's easily accessible. But at the same time, we also have interconnected self-expression when it comes to digital mediums. For instance, I am going to post a reel on my Instagram, but at the same time, I'm going to use music of another artist and promote that artist. So yeah, there is art supporting art that is happening on digital platforms. In fact, I have friends, apart from art supporting art, we also have people supporting people when it comes to self-expression. There are people who, let's say, tweet about something that they have strong opinions about, political opinions, anything that's happening in daily lives. There are other people who retweet it, right? So there is a form of support that people give to people when it comes to self-expression as well. Not just on Twitter, let's say Instagram, there are people resharing your posts, there are your reels being reshared. So there is a lot of reach that happens because of a self-creation that's happened, and people are just trying to be more supportive and inclusive towards your art. And one more thing that I would like to point out is our accessibility and the opportunities that come in abundance when it comes to the digital age. I know this sounds a lot positive, but that's something that I am looking forward to, in fact, when it comes to the digital age and this usage of social media platforms. So I believe that, at least me, I am being more and more myself when it comes to utilizing social media, using it as an opportunity. So sometimes, there are exaggerated versions of people or exaggerated versions of how people want to express themselves. So you have, let's say, content creators or influencers who rant about, what they are going through, or something that they've been through. And that is exaggerated, but nevertheless it's not completely invalid, right? So you relate to that such kind of content. You understand that okay, there is somebody out there who's probably speaking the voices in my head, and that is something that you have access to, something that you can probably take inspiration from, and express yourself more as well. Now, the digital age, in fact, lets you connect and be more inclusive when it comes to you expressing your ideas and thoughts. There is a good possibility of you taking it in a negative way. I mean, most of us do. But at the same time, if you think about it, there is a lot more that you can use as an opportunity from these, the way of you connecting with people. So you can make collaborative art. There are, let's say, influencers meeting influencers, making art together. That's wonderful. I mean, I want to learn from you. I want to learn what kind of ideas you have, or I want to share my ideas with you. Let's make collaborative art, or two painters coming together to, or a painter and a singer coming together to make art. So you never know. There is a lot of inclusivity when it comes to, let's say, forms of self-expressions, when it comes to art forms. And there is a wide range of opportunities, not just on social media, but in the whole digital platforms that you can utilize, because they've emerged so victoriously. Let's say blogging, vlogging, you have content creation, and it is booming right now, because we've been through an entire whole 2 years of pandemic, and we are all isolated into our space. We are consuming too much. I get it, but this is our only way of consumption right now, and we couldn't even meet people outside. So I get that all of us have resorted to interacting and consuming from social media, but of course we need to be well aware of what you're consuming, how much you're consuming, and yeah, that's something to keep in mind. And for instance, let's say Instagram, which is widely used, an opportunity for us to use Instagram is, let's say there are a lot of cooking videos, and you can probably go in the physical world, do cook whatever you've seen, learn from the recipe, or you want to try out somebody's painting. Let's say you want to, try using these colors that you've seen in the video. So yes, that's something that you can take it as an opportunity to learn in the real world as well. For instance, Twitter, let's say, has become an expression of opinions. Although it is behind the screen, it's just your name, you can, and limited amount of words to pen down all your thoughts. Twitter, in fact, has become a platform that gives you news out really quickly. It is one of the most accessible platforms for you to consume information. And I think it is an opportunity for you in case there is something that's happened around you. Let's say some form of justice that needs to be given to some kind of topic. You can definitely put out your opinion, and it doesn't necessarily need to be validated, but expressing it itself is a big deal. And yes, although Facebook has become like an internet explorer in our times, it's not behind as well. But there are, let's say, media platforms that have their digital platforms that have given rise to independent media outbreaks and opinions, independent journalists. That itself is, again, a good accessibility way. But there are a lot of outcomes to this as well that we need to be very mindful about, starting out with abundance of information and content. So whatever that you consume is in abundance. And let's say you have reels that are popular and you're constantly listening to the same song again and again and again, and it's stuck in your head. So yes, there is so much that is being created on probably just one form of self-expression, which I think is for us to figure out how to get out of. And of course, there is a lot of self-doubt, there is a lot of competition, there is conscious behavior or subconscious behavior that is being impacted with the way we consume our information or consume others' self-expression that gets impacted to your own. So yes, we need to be mindful on how we can deal with this. And one more thing that I believe is for us to figure out, or if one way that we can figure out, is not following the mass. That is quite tough. That is, restricting your potential, you're restricting your creativity, in fact. And I absolutely love the other panelists sharing their thoughts on how you can deal with it. For instance, writing journals to make sure that you are being expressive about what you're going through to your day. We also, that although there is you using social media as an opportunity, you also need to realize that it is sort of creating a mind block to the kind of potential that you own. There is, the sky is the limit, and you need to think out of the box. Give yourself time, stay away from your digital platforms for a bit, take it to yourself, and understand that you are far more worthy and potential of your creativity and your self-expression that you can probably put your hand into. And of course, we are consumed by the impressions of likes and comments and shares. That's something that you need to understand is not something that validates your creativity and self-expression. I understand that you look at somebody receiving 1 million views on their reel. That's something that gets you nervous, or gives you self-doubt about why is my content not reaching. So Instagram algorithm and stuff like that does have a lot of impact, external force into it, the reach. But at the same time, you need to realize that your likes, comments, and your shares do not define the kind of, do not validate your self-expression. I mean, if, let's say, Picasso itself was there right now, do you think like any of us would have probably, given 100 likes, at least 100 likes? We would be figuring out, what is this? Like, what is he creating? So be confident about yourself. Be confident on what you want to post or what you want the world to know. If you want to be restrictive on a couple of things, it's fine, it's okay. Not everybody needs to know what you have on your mind, but it's always good for you to have your own safe space, a platform of recognition that you can use as an opportunity. But if it is impacting your mental health or putting you into a repetitive loop of content, it is always good to restrict yourself, take a step back, reflect upon yourself, have an opportunity, give yourself an opportunity to unlearn what you've consumed, because that's a lot, and you can always learn new things by yourself. And validation is of course not that important when it comes to your expressive self. And because we're in a globalized world and there is the digital medium that is putting you into a loop of, let's say, producers and consumers, that's what we are right now. There is one sect that is producers, there's one sect that is consumers, and it's just a loop that we are in. And how do we get out of it is kind of tough, but I'm sure that we can figure it out with time. And not letting your own self be impacted by the real world and focus on the real world, that is very, very important. And one more thing that I would like to point out is self-actualization. Give yourself time. If you do have some kind of negative impact through these platforms, through your self-expression, or trying to figure out what is good and what is bad for you, it's always good to draw that barrier, draw that line, and take a step back and self-actualize on the kind of impression or the kind of impact social media platforms of the digital age has on you. So yeah, I think it's on you to make sure that you take in all the opportunities that you can, because of course the digital age does provide you that. We've evolved into human beings that have fallen back on digital age. You never know, maybe years from now we're going to be in another zone, something that we can't really predict, that could take over our lives, and digital mediums could probably be far behind. So if there's one thing that we can do is make use of the opportunities, but in case it does impact you in a very negative way, it is always good to take a step back. So yeah, that's it for me.
Rishi, you're on mute. Excuse me, Rishi. You're on mute.
My bad. Technical difficulties. So yeah, I was just saying that this view which was presented to us by Afrain was the most pure view, the most pure and the most uncorrupted form of social media there ever could be. Sharing, exploring, learning, and whatnot. This was very good. This is exactly why social media was even made. And this was such a pure view that I thought I was speaking to Mark Zuckerberg there for a second. Well, yeah, so moving further on, we have the last panelist over here today, which is Miss Abhilasha Kumar. Do we have Miss Abhilasha here? Hi. So if you could please take the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys, for introducing me. I hope you guys can hear me. So hello to whoever is listening and watching me right now. I have a lot on my mind right now that I want to share with you, and I'm also nervous. Yes, I just expressed myself on this digital platform in this digital age. And that's what expression is all about, isn't it? It is a process of making known one's feelings and thoughts. And I just expressed how I'm feeling and what's on my mind. I choose to be vulnerable in front of you, and I believe being vulnerable with self and among others need a lot of courage. I feel courageous, and I believe I wouldn't have said this if I was standing on a stage with a mic in my hand and a room full of physical audience who are looking at me. I'm sure I would have not said that I'm nervous. Instead, you would have sensed it, and even if I tried my best to hide and pretend that I'm not. But now that I have said it out, I'm no more fighting with what I currently feel inwardly. I feel relieved and more confident as I'm speaking. I feel this courage I have right now is because I'm sitting on my bedroom floor, surrounded by things, by my things that are a reflection of me, my expression, be it my books, my paintings, my favorite color bedsheet, or just smell of my room, in front of my laptop, where I'm safely connected with you all who want to listen what I want to express. And I think it is only possible because of this digital age. Self expression is a display of individuality, whether it's through words, clothing, hairstyle, art forms such as writing, dancing, singing, painting. Being self expressed means that people will see your spirit and true character. They will see the totality of who you are. And self expression is nothing new. It has been since we existed. The tools of expression keeps evolving. And right now, the greatest tool is the digital world. And a self expression is so fluid, it keeps evolving because we keep evolving. I remember when I started using Instagram. I'm getting personal. Yes. I have somewhat like 350 plus posts in 4 years of using it. And one day I was scrolling through them as digital media gives you that opportunity to look at your past and your past expressions. And I felt so codependent with my expressions. I had all kinds of posts with my friends, family, poetry, photography, sketching, singing. But I felt so unhappy with, with my posts and my past expressions. The desire for self-expression affleets people when they feel there's something of themselves which is not getting through the outside world, right? It made me realize how my thoughts have been less occupied with myself and more with people around me. That how high I have been distracted to be away from myself. That how, even being so extrovert and social, I was suppressing myself, my self expression of how I truly feel in the moment. And I deleted all the posts that I found unrelated to my expression, but more like a social expression or validation, I would say. And it has been 4 years now to that event, and I redefined myself. My profile is all about my art, inspiration, self love, and philosophy. And I'm not saying that this is how it should be. Your expression could be anything. Your expression is your choice. And my expression then was my choice. But I'm saying that I was unhappy when I reflected to my expression. And I could study them because it was documented on live media. I got a chance to redefine myself and to restructure my expressions, my feelings, and my thoughts. People often say that this person or that person has not yet found himself, but the self is not something that one finds, you know. That's what I have learned. It is something that one creates from learning and unlearning, how Afrain said that we have to learn and unlearn things. And I totally believe we have been conditioned and we have to take those things out as well. And it made me realize that if I want to pursue my art and be more dedicated to it, I have to be content with myself and my feelings. And today, I have a very close social circle and more space to my art forms with me. This is what I desired. Due to Instagram, I was able to understand why I was feeling unhappy and suppressed. I was able to analyze my patterns, my inclinations, divergence to understand why, even after being an extrovert, I wasn't vocal enough, kept things inside that mattered to me. Digital media has given us the power to display our emotions and thoughts. It gives unlimited chances of new beginnings. And only if you're truly expressing what you're feeling, it's it's only when you're truly expressing and what you're feeling. If your inner self is suppressed only to pretend, then the power this digital platform gives us is completely waste. That's what I believe. It has given us so much inclusiveness in world where we can feel so where we can, feel so exclusive. I remember when how I never talked about menstrual pain that was severe in my teenage life, just because no one did. Even though I was vocal about it with my family, and but when I talked outside, I was shut because for some it was too uncomfortable and disgusting to talk about. But when I started using Facebook and Instagram, I could see relatable posts and literature discussed about menstrual cycle and hygiene and pain. And I felt, okay, I'm not weird. People do talk about real things that matter. And I started reposting. But even then, I was pulled down to express my pain and educate people about it. My social circle, social circle bullied me. But I felt supported by people who used to talk to me virtually. That made me feel that I'm not weird. And in reality, these things should be discussed. Though self expression can make you feel empowered and liberated, it also can be uncomfortable and confrontational. We need to understand that we have the power or tool to feel however we want, to evoke whatever emotion we want to feel in the moment. And I can go on internet and feel happy, sad, angry, empathetic, adventurous, and I can watch something really disturbing. I can learn and relearn. I can explore sexuality. I can feel greed and grief, and I for it too. Am I out of time? Oh, oh, okay.
No, you have
Oh, I
2
thought
minutes
this.
on time.
So as I was saying, so digital platform gives us so much. We can like evoke all kinds of emotion we want. And that's the power digital age holds in our lives. During my master's in journalism, I did this research on digital de-addiction, a study on mobile application built to reduce digital addiction. And from the survey and expert view, my study concluded that how digitalization is necessity and it's a dependency now. How digital addiction creates mental issues, poor social skills, inner conflicts, social validation. How digital de-addicting apps are primarily effective and can be used just as an alarm. And how self-realization is the key to be de-addicted self, de-addict yourself. How government law and policy should be restricted and regulated, because even if this is a magical power of liberation, we are still experimental generation with this digital age. It is so new to us, like a new medicinal drug in the market, and we are just the few generation in its trial. Uncertain, and digital age looks more progressive, yet is unpredictable. In the end, I want to express through a quote by me: people will question you only when they don't understand. So you make them understand in a way they can understand. And if it's still not working, then just show them. And if they do not understand, you just move on to another journey. And I end my speech here. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhilasha. You completely made it sound like a Christopher Nolan movie. Hats off to that. Lovely, lovely usage of this digital era. And you're making the most. I think this was one of the most real speeches about how you're comfortable in your room in front of a screen where you wouldn't have been able to do it in front of 100 people around you, when you yourself won't know you're nervous, but you're shivering. But the other people who are looking at you can just make out by looking. It's not very difficult. One of the most practical and down to earth speeches that I've heard from this session. And this is the exact kind of speech that would bring us down from all the super seeds of social media and sow us down back to earth, opening the room for more discussion further amongst panelists, of course. So I would like to invite panelists to put forth their questions for any other panelists who are present here. Thank you. Any questions for any of the panelists we have?
I'd like to ask a question to Afreen. Um, for my question, it is Afreen, you talked about being confident on social media. while expressing yourself. You talked about how you can be yourself, how you can express yourself in the most uh, easiest of ways through just being yourself on social media. But how can you be that if you are constantly under public scrutiny through comments, through trolls, through relatives, through peers, just knowing कि हाँ किसी का भी comment आएगा और वो बोलेगा कि नहीं अच्छा नहीं है. How can you express yourself and be confident even while all of this is around you?
All right. So the human emotions, of course, you can't always be confident and always be happy about what you're doing. And I absolutely get that there is a lot of negative comments that will come your way. That's the reason why in my outcomes, I was talking about how you need to reflect upon, what you are doing later on. By the end of the day, maybe just sit and be like, okay, you're happy with what you did, but are you going to allow yourself to let somebody's comment have a greater impact on you? Is it could have, like, there are a lot of people who go through, I have friends who've gone through let's say impacts of others comments, trolls. I've been trolled so many times. We've all, we all go through these negative comments coming our way, but it's honestly on you to in what way that you are going to are you going to give social media or the other people the power to have impact on you? That's something that you need to sit and reflect back upon. I think it is a task, it is a challenge to a lot of us in different, let's say, volumes. Some of us can take it in a light way, some of us can't. Some of us will take it to such an extent that it could lead you to a depressive state of mind. And I get it, and I absolutely do get it, but it's obviously on you to sit back and reflect upon how you would like to give others the power to hold against you. And it is a task, but I don't think it's not something that you can't achieve. So I know that I'm giving a positive note on it, but if I could at least let someone believe in it, I'm hoping that they could take it in a lot more positive way.
A lovely on-point question and an even more immaculate answer given by Afri. We have another question in the chat box though. What has been the biggest learning from the pandemic era? And all panelists are open to answer this. All panelists. This is not specific for anyone. Anyone taking the floor?
I would add, if that's okay. So I know that during the pandemic times, we all turned virtual, be it classes or, to learn something, to interact with our friends. We joined in to celebrate birthdays on Zoom calls, which was kind of not good and not that happy. But at the same time, the kind of learnings, the biggest learning that I personally had during this pandemic era is the idea of virtual volunteering, or the idea of how virtually you can create an impact in different spaces or spectrums of life. For instance, I found out that there are platforms there where you can virtually volunteer to support non-profits online. There are activities that you can do, learn sign languages to interact with the the deaf community. Or you can, in fact, I think we could use digital mediums to in fact gather let's say funds, or we could be connected with each other to arrange cylinders, oxygen cylinders, or be more interactive and find a solution to a problem that was ingoing. So the biggest thing that we all could do was be there for each other, and support each other and help each other out during our tough times. So my biggest learning that I think is that our interaction with each other helped not just each other from difficult times, but we could help somebody out there who was miles away by just maybe probably interacting and giving out a contact on how they can be helped. So yes, that's one thing that I like to point out.
For me, the biggest learning from the pandemic era was being able to disconnect. Um, not being there all the time on the internet, on social media platforms, posting something, or just scrolling through social media. I could disconnect myself, go offline for months, and not care about people in general. I could be with myself, reflect on what I need to do, on what I need to work on. For example, I started writing, as in poems and blogs and other things. I started writing during this pandemic. I disconnected myself from each and everything, from social media, from friends, and then I started to discover what else I can improve in myself. So the biggest learning for me was the ability to disconnect from everyone. That's it.
I
So
would
I'd
ask
just like to, can I go ahead?
you go ahead. You go ahead.
Yeah. So I'd just like to add saying, I think in this pandemic, I realized how to, truly balance the real world and the virtual world. Because, being a part of the virtual world in these last 2 years, I realized how much we took the real world for granted, right? Even, just going out to movies or just meeting your friend, we took all these little instances in our life for granted. So when I was a part of that, I did realize that we took the real world for granted. And obviously there was a lot of learning in the virtual world as well. The things I didn't imagine that I could learn online happened online. I mean, I just started learning how to play guitar online, which I never found the time for when the pandemic wasn't happening. So but then on the contrary, also being a part of the virtual world, being a part of the virtual world made me realize that we're giving time to nature, for nature to recoup as well. So that way it's like a balance, right? We have to learn how to coexist with other creatures, creatures as well. So yeah, that's one learning from the pandemic that I had.
For me, I would. It's totally off digital platforms, but for me, resolving and being self-content is what I have learned. I have learned like how you have to resolve your past to be to be present to be present in this time that you are. And that has been through my art. I started for some reason I started doing abstract painting, abstract scribbling, as you can see in my background. And through that space was a meditative space for me to think on that particular topic that I want to like know what's happening around. And then it was reflective. It gave me time to like go through it, see the process of my thought, the trail of my thoughts, and the progression of it. For me, resolving past has been a learning, like how things have been in my head or what I've learned since my childhood that suppressed me in some ways I never knew. But being alone in this pandemic time, when I was away from my family because I was studying abroad, um, I had this time being with myself and thinking, okay, what things can trouble me? And that was that space that gave me to like start meditating. And it was such a beautiful journey. So somehow even pandemic was really bad, like in general, some in personal levels, it helped me so much to like grow. So yeah, that was for me.
Hello.
Rahul,
Can I
anything
go?
you'd like to add?
Yeah. So for me, so everyone know that during the pandemic, everyone's mental health was affected very badly. So also as a student, we have to shift from offline to physical classes to online. So during this time it was very difficult. In starting it was very difficult to adjust, and like everything was open but just only the education institution was not open. And then people were try to adopt with the but people still now till date, I know my friends, those who are not able to cope up with the online modes and all that, they really don't like actually. They wanted to college to open and they wanted to go, but for me, like I really adopted. And even now I feel fear. I have fear to go into physical classes, so I don't know. Earlier I wanted to go into the physical classes, But now I have adopted my, in the last 1.5 year, I have adopted myself to be the into the online mode, and getting a lot of opportunities. So it was also great for me so these in the last 1.5 year, I have got a lot of opportunities from international to in India, in nation also. So that was a good for me also, so that physically I can't go to, from like I'm in Gandhinagar, if I have to attend something, I don't have to go there. So in that way it was very beneficial for me, and it was very very beneficial for me. And going to the second question, so yeah, second question I'll just quickly answer. So yeah, in the peer pressures we used to share a lot of social media content on the social media. So even in the activism space, I involved into the activism. So people used to like try to show for the acceptability into the that this circle. If you will not do that, then people will judge you. So in peer pressure, people used to do that, and they try to show that they are not, actually they are not, and try to bring their different different self in the social media. And yeah, is the peer pressure really work, and people used to share on the social media. Thank you.
If I could just add one thing to the question that was asked in the chat window about how, a lot of content is created due to peer pressure, and the kind of suggestion that I would give. So we know that there is a lot of pressure because we consume so many reels and so much content. There is a lot of pressure for you to be active and popular. For some reason, your followers define you and your content or what you post. It is, I absolutely hate the idea of that. It's not something that I would validate or give 100% support to. It is good if you would want to create a profession out of it. Yes, well and good. You aim at gaining those followers and becoming popular and active, but there is no necessity for you to, be that. If and yes, there is a lot of peer pressure for us to attain that popularity for some reason. And if there's one way that you can, let's say, get out of that loophole, is again a good sensible way to use your social media is not let it impact you creating that blockage. Again, we had some wonderful ideas on how you can reflect back upon yourself and the kind of content you use. That's something to keep in mind every day. Like maybe probably just take 5 days out of your normal routine and just write about what you're feeling that day. That itself is going to create so much you know good thoughts in your mind about how you can like unlearn a couple of things and probably learn some positive things that you can adopt into. So yeah, I know that it is hard to get out of that loop. You're probably sitting at 3 a.m watching some dude dig holes on YouTube and make a house in a forest, or some dude making like 30 kgs of biryani. You never know. So all of this is like a little too much, and you're all like addicted to it. But you need to understand where to draw the line, and that's on you. So you will definitely have to figure that out, and I think you can.
If I can just add on to that, yeah, sorry, Misha.
No, continue. I'll add on to you.
Yeah, so I think I have one very practical answer and one very philosophical one. So the practical one would be that, we believe that people care too much about us, but in reality, they really don't. People don't care what you do at all. We just give too much importance to that. So, just keeping that in mind, I think, the peer pressure won't be so much. And if I have to give one, very philosophical answer, would be, I think again, it comes down to a lot of self-love as well. If you can indulge in activities where, you get to know yourself better, and when you're, comfortable in your own skin, you will not succumb to, peer pressure, not just in social media in general, but with anything in life in general. So yeah.
Yeah, I'll add on to that. Basically, everyone has their own set of morals, their own set of values, their own set of moral compass. You need to follow that first of all. If you think that no, this trend is not for me, I should not hop on it, even if the peer pressure is there, try to deflect it. Try to tell the people why you don't want to do it. Try to tell yourself why you should not do it. Try to make yourself and your mind more stronger. and you're self confident on the things that you are making, because you need to be true to yourself as well. If you are making some sort of content under peer pressure, it is just saying that you're not strong enough to succumb all of this. So make yourself stronger, show self love, as Anushka said. um, make yourself strong enough to be able to deflect this peer and follow your moral compass, is what I think will be a sensible way to handle this.
I think one way that we can deflect it is by making a pro and cons list. You can outweigh the kind of pros that you have by just reflecting it, you right? So that's something that you can look at. So yeah.
Misha, you're on mute.
I was just reading questions on the
So we have
question
two more
box.
questions in the panel now, and open for all panelists to answer again. Some have the tendency to withdraw from social media because of feeling overwhelmed, kind of media fatigue. Some say they are cleansing. Do we have any comments on that? Like you
As I
feel
said,
full and saturated
yes.
by swiping up and swiping up and swiping up on those reels. So, any comments on that?
As I said before in my in the first question itself, what I learned, it was to disconnect from each and everything. Something like media fatigue or disconnecting from each and everything to be able to focus on myself. So yes, it is somewhere or the other important as well to be able to disconnect from each and everything, because as Afreen, Anushka, and everyone on this panel pointed out very rightly, that there is abundance of content. Even if you click on the reel button on Instagram, you will just be scrolling through each and everything, and it's never ending. You will be on it for hours doing nothing, just laying on your bed and going like this. So you need some time off of that. You need to rest your eyes, you need to rest yourself, you need to rest your soul to be able to connect with yourself and not see just two songs going on like den 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 den. You need something else. So yes.
Can I quickly add something?
Yes.
You need to mute. Yeah, so it's very interesting to hear a lot of your views on what impacts the pandemic had. And it was very interesting for me personally to listen to. Most of you say that it helped you realize other hobbies and other expressions. The best thing, I mean, if you have a comparative study of what the past generations did not have and what you guys have, is the fact that when we were growing up, we did not have enough role models in our particular field that we wanted to pursue. So if I wanted to pursue art, I did not have enough role models in my art field to around me physically. Similarly, if someone wanted to do acting or someone wanted to be a journalist, there was not enough scope to find those role models. But today, what you guys have is this immense overload of role models in whatever field you choose to pursue. And that is the best thing. So my small suggestion would be to find your role models and find your community within social media, and then stick to your community or stick to your role models and learn from them. Because technology, always, any kind of technology has its pluses and minuses. The thing with social media is that you are often likely to get astray into things that you have absolutely no interest, absolutely no time for, and absolutely no inclination for, but you just led us astray because that is the nature of the beast. So the suggestion here is to just find your community, find your gang, your tribe, or whatever you want to call it, and then keep enriching yourself from those people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for their insightful points and this really enriching discussion that we had today. Does anyone have anything more to add to it, or anyone wants to
May
put up any questions? Yes, Rishi.
I add something before we depart for the day? So I'd like to answer almost all of these questions in the panel by sharing a personal experience of this pandemic. In the pandemic, I think everyone craved human contact. That is why people started getting dependent on social media. Even colleges became dependent on it. The entire world started completely running on social media. Like doctors were asking help through social media, police people were asking help through social media for COVID beds and whatnot. It could also be a boon, but the social media was also a bane. I gladly found some time. I left my phone for a few weeks during this pandemic, and I picked up a sport, like was suggested by a panelist earlier, picking up a new hobby, being with oneself. And the sport was skateboarding, so we can say I found balance. Then I got back to posting on social media and realized because I'm just doing something that was never done earlier in my circle, I don't even know about the world. It's a very popular sport. But because I started doing it, people became happy. They started encouraging me to pursue skateboarding. 7, 8 people bought skateboards around me and they started learning. And I think that has been the best part about social media. I think the pros might just be outweighing the cons of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rishi. I guess everyone had a lot to say today, and just lovely to hear everyone's opinions and thoughts on this great topic that we had for today's discussion. And now it is time to have a vote on the resolution for today's youth to youth session. Digital space has given a new space to the people to come forward and express themselves. Also, it has changed a space for canceling others and spread hate. This session proposes that while expressing self on social media, one needs to respect and others' opinions as well. And it's 100% a yes vote for the resolution. I guess it has been passed. So I would now like to invite Sangamita Jairaman to present the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Tripti. On behalf of MIT World Peace University and School of Media and Journalism, I take this opportunity to thank our student panelists. Rahul Kumar from IIT Gandhinagar, Anushka Asrani from Jain University, Misha Sharma from MIT World Peace University, Abhilasha Kumar from the New York Film Academy, and Afrain Fatima from Bangalore. Thank you all for the insightful inputs. I'm sure everyone found this session to be pretty interesting and educational. I would also like to thank our moderator, Rishi, for carrying forward this session with such grace. I express my sincere gratitude to our director, Dheeraj Singh, School of Media and Journalism, for his continuous encouragement towards us. And finally, I thank all the student participants for making this session a huge success. Now, as per the tradition, we will end this session with the Pasaidan. I request the technical team to play the Pasaidan.
participants and everyone who was a part of this session. And would like to conclude this session for today.
MIT School of Government is the first institute to initiate the leadership program in politics and government. After the independence, there was a need to have an institution to train the aspiring politicians or the young leading generation of the country. In 2005, MIT SOG was conceptualized by Rahul V. Karad, the executive president of MIT World Peace University, Pune, with a vision of creating ethical, spirited, and committed political leadership for the country from the grassroots and from all walks of life. MIT School of Government is now a part of MIT World Peace University. It offers a 2-year postgraduate degree program in political leadership and government, MPG. The program comprises of 1 year on-campus learning and 1 year off-campus training. Young leaders of our country should respect the politics. They should not feel that all politicians are corrupt. In order to strengthen the democracy, students having good character and value should enter the politics. This is the thought given by Rahul Karad. MIT SOG is spreading this thought in the youngsters. Till date, more than 350 young leaders are set for their mission. They have grabbed key positions in the political parties or government regulatory organizations, and some have succeeded in getting the memberships of the legislative bodies. Obviously, it has backbone of the education imparted at MIT School of Government. Eminent speakers from all walks of life, be it politics, journalism, economics, sociology, film, guide the participants. Students are exposed to listening, meeting, interacting with more than 100 various scholars and speakers throughout the year. This is the peculiarity of this unique residential learning program. As a part of the program, students visit the villages, study their administrative systems, and also extend visits to the state assemblies, houses of the parliaments, etc. While doing this, they learn to differentiate, make comparative study of the developed and underdeveloped villages, better and progressive constituencies. Visits to various party offices, government offices make such student rich in knowledge and experience. They go to different parts of the country to meet the politicians and get trained with them. The program comprises of the 1-year internship, which facilitates the students to learn directly from the politicians or in their offices. They are exposed to various social issues also. International study tour makes the student compare various political systems, ideologies, structure of nations. Their vision is broadened and mindset is changed. Rahul Karad, the founder of MIT School of Government, says that in order to strengthen the democracy, educated young generation must lead the politics. To support his ideology and expand the horizon of the School of Government, he initiated the largest platform of student leaders of the country called Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad or Indian Students' Parliament. A large number of selected student leaders across the country represent in Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad. Till date, more than 2 lakh student leaders are directly or indirectly benefited or are associated with the Students' Enclave. This 3-day program is witnessed by large number of eminent guests from politics, social field, industry, science, spirituality, journalism, etc. Student leaders get an opportunity to express their thoughts in various sessions. Resolutions are passed by the students by voting and which are sent to respective government bodies. Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad is now can be said to be the largest classroom of politically motivated students. MIT School of Government is thus molding the students to empower themselves for knowledge, power, and courage. This is a small contribution of MIT School of Government towards the nation building.
Namaskar. Welcome to Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University's National Conference on Media and Journalism. Today is the fourth and final day of the third edition of the National Conference on Media and Journalism. And we are ready to witness an array of notable personalities in the sessions. The previous sessions have been enlightening and interactive. We have been provided with new perspectives to look upon the capacity of the media to contribute to world peace.
NCMJ's third day featured a wide spectrum of professional opinions and views. We saw a number of well-known people share their views on the subject of inclusivity in the newsrooms in the fifth plenary session. The sixth plenary session touched the topic mobile journalism, the good and the bad. The third day concluded with an interesting media-to-media connect session which discussed the challenges before regional media. Attendees found the plenary sessions to be educational and a huge success. In today's first session, Youth to Youth Connect, we will showcase young panelists across the world to discuss the theme Expression of Self in the Digital Age.
The conflict between one's virtual identity and real identity leaves youngsters, especially teenagers, confused and delusional. The new generation feels their existence is validated through social media. In the Youth to Youth Connect, we have a vivid panel of youngsters discussing the expression of self in the digital age. Our panel includes Mr. Rishi Shah, Mass Communication and Journalism student of MIT WPU, Pune. Mr. Rahul Kumar, an MA Society and Culture student from Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar. Ms. Anushka Asrani from Center for Management Studies, Jain University, Bangalore. Ms. Misha Sharma, MA Mass Communication and Journalism student of MIT World Peace University, Pune. Ms. Abhilasha, student at New York Film Academy, Los Angeles.
Investigative journalism unearths information that some people would prefer to remain hidden. It focuses on the truth and aids in the development of the ordinary man while promoting the common good. The panelist of this session includes Abhay Vaidya, who is a senior investigative journalist and author, Joshi Joseph, an investigative journalist and author, Anirudh Bahal, the founder of Cobra Post, M.K. Venu, the founder editor of The Wire, Sunanda Mehta, the former resident editor of the Indian Express.
Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University's National Conference on Media and Journalism, is a unique platform where experts from the media fraternity across the world will gather to have dialogue and to promote the idea of peace.
Incredible panelists, interactive plenary sessions, Youth to Youth and Media to Media Connect are the highlights of NCMJ 3. Once again, welcome to the fourth day of MIT World Peace University's National Conference on Media and Journalism. Stay tuned. Namaskar. Welcome to Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University's National Conference on Media and Journalism. Today is the fourth and final day of the third edition of the National Conference on Media and Journalism. And we are ready to witness an array of notable personalities in the sessions. The previous sessions have been enlightening and interactive. We have been provided with new perspectives to look upon the capacity of the media to contribute to world peace.
NCMJ's third day featured a wide spectrum of professional opinions and views. We saw a number of well-known people share their views on the subject of inclusivity in the newsrooms in the fifth plenary session. The sixth plenary session touched the topic mobile journalism, the good and the bad. The third day concluded with an interesting media-to-media connect session which discussed the challenges before regional media. Attendees found the plenary sessions to be educational and a huge success. In today's first session, Youth to Youth Connect, we will showcase young panelists across the world to discuss the theme expression of self in the digital age.
The conflict between one's virtual identity and real identity leaves youngsters, especially teenagers, confused and delusional. The new generation feels their existence is validated through social media. In the Youth to Youth Connect, we have a vivid panel of youngsters discussing the expression of self in the digital age. Our panel includes Mr. Rishi Shah, Mass Communication and Journalism student of MIT WPU, Pune. Mr. Rahul Kumar, an MA Society and Culture student from Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar. Ms. Anushka Asrani from Center for Management Studies, Jain University, Bangalore. Ms. Misha Sharma, MA Mass Communication and Journalism student of MIT World Peace University, Pune. Ms. Abhilasha, student at New York Film Academy, Los Angeles.
Investigative journalism unearths information that some people would prefer to remain hidden. It focuses on the truth and aids in the development of the ordinary man while promoting the common good. The panelists of this session includes Abhay Vaidya, who is a senior investigative journalist and author; Joshi Joseph, an investigative journalist and author; Anirudh Bahal, the founder of Cobra Post; M.K. Venu, the founder editor of The Wire; Sunanda Mehta, the former resident editor of the Indian Express.
Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University's National Conference on Media and Journalism, is a unique platform where experts from the media fraternity across the world will gather to have dialogue and to promote the idea of peace.
Incredible panelists, interactive plenary sessions, Youth to Youth and Media to Media Connect are the highlights of NCMJ 3. Once again, welcome to the fourth day of MIT World Peace University's National Conference on Media and Journalism. Stay tuned.
A warm good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, I extend a hearty welcome to each one of you to the third National Conference on Media and Journalism on Dialogue, Inclusivity and Peace. After much deliberations in the earlier thought-provoking sessions of the third National Conference on Media and Journalism, we shall now proceed towards session 8, which is on investigative journalism, how the landscape has changed. In MIT World Peace University, before we start any auspicious ceremony, we pray to the Almighty to seek His blessings with the World Peace Prayer, a prayer that is above any caste, creed, or religion. I shall request my technical team to play the World Peace Prayer. Over to my technical team.
नमो जीयाद्या वेद प्रतिपाद्या जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा देवा पातुचि गणेषु सकलार्थमतिप्रकाशो म्हणे निवृत्तिदासु अवधारी गोजी गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुः साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
Thank you so much. The theme of today's session is investigative journalism, how the landscape has changed. Investigative journalism digs up what some people would wish to be buried. It focuses on the truth and helps in building the common person while pursuing the public good. It advocates a social change and value reorientation. The power of curiosity and learning by doing brings a plethora of hidden aspects of a story to the surface. This session focuses on the dedication and zeal that any investigative journalist brings to their work, versus in the worst time, sometimes a seemingly flourish when the challenges are great. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome the dignitaries of this session. Today we have amongst us Joseph G. He is an Indian investigative journalist and author. He has been the editor special projects for the Times of India and associate editor with the TNA newspaper, and has also been with Reddit.com, the Asian Age, Delhi Midday, and the Blitz. He's an award-winning investigative journalist who lives in Delhi. The Prem Bhatia Trust selected him for India's Best Political Reporter of the year 2010 for his scoops and revelations, which includes the list of scams that are familiar names in the political lexicon. His stories have always encouraged people for the greater public debate, and that has been led to significant policy and systematic changes for the nation. His investigation has always resulted to triggering the arrest of many others, as well as the federal criminal cases and even military investigations. In July 2013, the foundation, which was named as Ramnath Goenka Foundation, run by the Indian Express newspaper group, awarded Josie Joseph G as a Journalist of the Year in print media. We welcome you, sir. We also have the privilege to have amongst us Aniruddha Bahalji. He's a journalist and author. He's the founder and editor-in-chief of the online investigative magazine Cobra Post. He worked as a journalist and editor for India Today and Outlook. Early in his career, he worked as a reporter for India Today and Outlook and helped break a story about match fixing in international cricket. In 1999, he, along with Tarun Tejpal, co-founded Tehelka. As a journalist, Bahalji has reported on a wide range of subjects from environment to defense, and is best known for his investigations into match fixing in cricket. A hearty welcome to you, sir. We are also honored to have amongst us M.K. Banerjee, the founding editor of The Wire. He was a former executive editor of The Hindu and a managing editor of Financial Express. Mr. Benu has spent over 25 years in journalism and worked with several leading Indian newspapers. In 2009, He was with the Economic Times, where he was the opinion editor and wrote a regular column. We welcome you, sir. It is indeed our honor and privilege to have amongst us Sunanda Mehta ji. She is a journalist as well as an author. She is a former resident editor in the Indian Express Pune. Currently, she is working as an editorial director in Princeton. She is the author of The Extraordinary Life and the Death of Sunanda Pushkar. We welcome you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome the moderator of the session, Abhay Vaitaji. He is an associate director in Pune International Center. As a senior investigative journalist and author, he contributed to this industry for more than 30 years of his life, which includes a foreign correspondent for the Times of India and 3 years in television news production in New Delhi at the Asia Pacific Communication Associates. When the DNS Pune edition was launched in January 2008, he was working there as a resident editor. His specialties are ideation and execution of news coverage, investigation journalism, writing analytical essays and editorials, citizen connect initiatives, journalism education. He has extensively covered the news of political as well as non-political in the areas of Western Maharashtra. He authored a book titled Who Killed Osho? He is also the advisor of School of Media and Journalism at MIT World Peace University. However, before formally handing over the session to Sir, as per the new normal, I'll request all the panel members to put on their videos with a beautiful smile on the face so that this moment can be captured for a lifetime. Thank you. Thank you so much. Before requesting Sir to take over the digital dais, I have a kind request to all the dignitaries, since it's a non-political platform, so kindly refrain yourself from making any political statements. I hope you will cooperate with us on this matter. With that, Abhay sir, I hand over the session to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Basu. And I wish to thank our very distinguished panelists, Josie Joseph, Anirudh Bahal, M.K. Venu, and Sunanda Mehta, for taking the time out and being with us here today. I should mention to you at the outset that your work is familiar to all of us and to all our students. It has been discussed in class in our module on investigative journalism. And with all humility, I should say that I am not in the same league as our this on investigative journalism. This is Josie's latest book. This is Josie's latest book, which has been received very well. And it's a must read for everyone interested in investigative journalism. I got to do a few stories myself, and having the advantage of being in Pune, I could look into the circumstances of Osho's death, and it was Josie who helped me in working out and bringing out this investigative book, which exposed the lie behind Osho's death. When we say journalism and a free press is one of the pillars of democracy, we are really talking about that aspect of journalism which keeps a watch on the government of the day, be it local, state, or national, and keeps a watch on other things happening in society, engages with the powers that be through the mass media. Journalists do their work in front of the public day in and day out. If they are wrong in their reporting, it is they who are exposed. And if they are right, it is those who they report about, be it the government or whoever they are reporting about, who is exposed. So journalists are rightfully entitled to stand up and ask people in the government if the policies and programs are going in the right direction. This plain speak cannot be done by the biggest industrialists of the day or by any other section of society as effectively as by journalists because they keep a watch on what's happening in society 24 by 7. Journalism has its role as one of the great institutions of democracy. This is journalism 101 that all of us learn when we begin our training in journalism. And the fact that journalism is one of the great institutions of democracy is what gives us our inner strength. A few more words to set the stage for our discussion today. A Nobel laureate Amartya Sen has said famously through his research that famines don't happen in nations with a free press, because it is the press which often draws attention to what is happening and forces the government to take corrective steps. We saw this happening not too far back with the farmer suicides in Vidarbha and how that became a big issue and how the government of the day responded. So a free press is literally the oxygen of democracy. And it has been said famously that to fetter the press is to fetter ourselves. The Indian press was in fetters during the emergency, when government censors would sit in newspaper offices and literally decide what is allowed to be printed and what is not. One of the newspapers which fought back valiantly was the Indian Express, which ran blank editorials as a mark of protest. So this history is relevant to our discussion today. And the media, as we all know, is under assault in various ways, be it the trolling of journalists and calling them anti-nationals or through other ways. All of this is a strategy to weaken one of the important institutions of democracy. So I would now like to begin by asking our panelists to relate one or two important stories and the instances of the work that they've done and the impact on journalism. Josie, I would like to begin with you. Could you please take the floor?
Hi, Abhay. Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Abhay. No, I just wanted to. I wanted to. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, because I'm outside. What I was trying to say was that I think for investigative journalism, there has never been more challenging time, and there has never been more interesting time than the one we are living through, because of the kind of government we have, which has been muscling free and independent media. It's also interesting time because of the kind of complex crimes that are taking place in our society, cross-border scandals, etc., etc., etc. Yeah. So, in that sense, I think we are living through a very interesting times, but it has also become a very risky because of the kind of pushbacks and sometimes violent pushbacks that we are facing. So I think given the pushback against democracy around the world, I think the profession is more important than ever. I hope I don't know if I responded to your question specifically.
Josie, can you tell us some of the stories that you did and the kind of impact it had?
Steve, each story that you do need not necessarily produce impact, because some of the stories just disappear without any notice. Some stories do stay on and make impact, both systematic and tactical, meaning immediate and as well as strategic. For example, if you ask me, Recently, we did investigate the entire dealings of Scania, the Scandinavian truck and bus manufacturer in India, and the bribery that they were involved, and the way they gifted a luxury bus to our Minister Nitin Gadkari. And that investigation, which we began a few years ago, had its impact and partially played a role in triggering investigations in Sweden. Scania had shut down its operations in India. For example, when we there is a bad echo coming in somebody else's connection.
Yeah, there's an echo coming.
So when we did, for example, when I did Others Housing Scam, for example, saying, while it was a story about a very localized scam in a particular apartment complex in Bombay, it triggered the military to audit all of its land across India, and it helped the military recover, I'm told, tens of thousands of acres of land. When you do an investigation into what was called the Leave Travel Concession, the LTC scheme for government employees and members of parliament, it not only did it end up saving the government thousands of crores, but it also ended up people losing jobs and severe punishment. So each story that you do at various levels has its impact. So when I wrote my last book, Feast of Vultures, I had a very detailed section about Jet Airways and its founder. After the book came about, we saw dramatic changes in the fortunes of Jet and its eventual collapse. The defamation case that they filed, they haven't pursued it. In fact, we have forced them into default. So each story, Abhay, has its own tactical and strategic impact, but not each. Some stories, but if you are a reporter trying to do a story in the hope of impact, then this is not a profession for you. You have to do a story because it is what your duty and your profession and passion is. Some stories may not make any impact, and I think other panelists like Bonu and Anirudh would have far more experience than me to speak about on that side.
Yeah, very well said, Josie, that we do stories not with an eye on the impact, but because the story needs to be done. And your other scam, housing scam, was a story which had such a great impact. I would like to invite Anirudh to relate his experiences. Anirudh, the Operation West End and Bangaru Lakshman case is very well known. It's fresh in our mind. And Times of India did a piece on you where they called you King of Sting. Can you tell us some instances of the stories and the impact or these stories had?
Look, best stories always go up and down. So, as rightly put, it's you never know what particular impact the story might have, because, and these days with social media around, you don't know how stories are going to travel in various social media, and sometimes stories have a big impact. We did a story about nearly 3 dozen banks doing money laundering in India, and it led to a huge RBI set of investigation and fines on these banks, leading from 5 crores to 20 crores, which was unprecedented. This was sometime in 2013. Recently, we did a story on Diwan Housing, which eventually led to its collapse and the promoters being incarcerated, and so on and so forth. Of course, many years back, we had done about Indian parliamentarians taking money to ask questions in the Indian Parliament, which led to the dismissal of 11 MPs. But coming to the point that what I would like to stress is that the vast majority of stories, there are intangible impacts. It may not, जैसे वो हिंदी में बोलते हैं ना, साकार ब्रह्म निराकार ब्रह्म, तो साकार, maybe you don't have a very something to see, but the stories could be inspiring journalists. The stories could have a very minutiae impact locally. It may not be at a state or national level. and some stories just need to be done. And because they create ripples maybe some years or months later, and there may be no tangible, visible benefits immediately on. Like, for instance, if you look at the Pegasus story broken by The Wire recently in collaboration with a lot of other media platforms, you could see, I mean, one of the intangible things that all of us started taking more precautions with our phone, and being more sort of savvy with respect to internet security. So those are the intangibles. The tangible effects obviously was the embarrassment to the government and the Supreme Court stepping in, etc., and people being more aware of what these kind of stories could, I mean, impact of their lives on what technology, how it could impact, and how a state going amok could impact on their privacy.
Yes, thank you, Anirudh. One of the, you've really said what Josie also felt, and this is actually how all investigative reporters or all journalists should really do stories, not with an eye on the impact, but because, as I said earlier, a story has to be done. And the reason why we are requesting you to relate the stories that you have done is because these were memorable stories which our audience and our students need to really know. I'll come to M.K. Venu now, who is the founder editor of Wire. And one of the biggest stories that the Wire did was the Pegasus project, which doesn't even need to be explained what it was, the Snoopgate project with an international consortium of journalists. Venu, could you please tell us about the latest on this project and the other stories that the Wire and you have been proud of? You need to unmute, please.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. So, so let me speak for a few minutes about the Pegasus project. This obviously Pegasus project has been the biggest. It has been the most what should I say, exhilarating experience for the Wire. It has the very collaboration that we experienced, we had with all the other media organizations, with the French website Forbidden Stories at the center, which got access to the NSO database, the NSO as in the Israeli company which sold the spyware to various governments. So our experience with Pegasus has been very, very instructive at various levels. I'll just very briefly I'll elucidate some of the things that the follow-up experience that we've had. One, Abhay, we got the names, the Indian names, and we did all the due diligence in terms of checking with the people and confirming their the names on the database, and checking whether they would be willing to give their phones for testing, which was to be sent to the Amnesty Lab back in Paris. So all that was, since it was an international kind of collaboration, the operations were a bit cumbersome, but the impact in India was probably far more than the kind of impact we saw in some of the other countries. Like France, of course, France was the kind of epicenter. So France, huge impact. I would say India, in terms of impact, India was there was a lot of political fallout. The parliament, one whole I think session of Parliament was disrupted because of the Pegasus, the names that came out, the way journalists, activists, judges, election commissioner, opposition leaders, etc., were targeted. And for us, in terms of impact, the good thing for us was that this issue played out at a global level. Definitely, at a global level, there were many countries involved. There were many media organizations which are part of this this investigation, and it had impact globally. So that was a global impact where the French government wrote to Israeli government, and French government also wrote to the NSO. The US communicated with again with Israel. Many countries like Hungary, Brazil, they set up their own internal kind of inquiry commissions. The French formally investigated. The French police formally tested the phones and confirmed Pegasus. That was a big victory for us, because France was the only government which actually went ahead and formally tested the phones and found them positive for Pegasus. They tested the phones of 2 journalists. And so in that sense, at a global level, the assault on democracy, the sheer brazenness with which the Israeli spyware was being hawked to various governments or agencies of the government. The German police kind of admitted, German government sort of admitted that its police had used Pegasus. So and there were some reports that the Israeli government was so embarrassed that it also had to tell the Israeli company to suspend the supply of Pegasus. Now, these were reports. We are not sure, but I presume that temporarily, at least the Pegasus spyware supply has been suspended. There could be other spywares also. So, I mean, I'm saying these are all in terms of impact. And in India, as I said, Parliament was disrupted. Supreme Court took up. There were cases. Journalists went to Supreme Court. Enram, Shashi Kumar, many others. Public-spirited journalists, editors. They went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is still hearing the matter. But unfortunately, our government is yet to sort of admit, like other governments have. Like German government admitted that their police was using Pegasus, but our government is in total denial so far. So the Supreme Court, therefore, is trying to set up a committee to figure out what exactly happened. Our government is saying that it did not use Pegasus. So if it did not use, then somebody else must have used. So it's a very complex issue. And it is still a developing story, I would say. So we are still on it. And besides, like me and my colleague Siddharth Vadrajan, my partner at The Wire, we were among the first to have been tested positive for Pegasus way back before March. And that's how this whole, the India chapter began, with the 2 of us first testing. Our phones were infected. So we sent the image of our phone to Paris, and we discovered some 6-7 months ago that indeed our phones were infected. That's how this whole process began, and that's how the Wire was chosen to verify and to do stories about other Indian names that were there on the list. So I think I would end by saying that we are still we are still in the process of uncovering the magnitude, the nature of the whole spyware, the scandal, and how how the government of the day apparently or allegedly had resorted to the use of the spyware. So let's see what the Supreme Court inquiry throws up. I think we can hope for at least something coming out of the whole thing.
Venu, the impact has been global. and it has been agenda-setting story across the world.
Yeah.
And testing positive for Pegasus is a very interesting way of putting it in these COVID times. So I'll now move to our next panelist, Sunanda Mehta. Sunanda, I remember the story that you have done on the public prosecutor Rohini Sadian in the Pragya Thakur Malegaon blast case, and what an impact it had. You were resident editor, Indian Express that time. And there were many other stories. So could you tell us about the impact of some of these stories that you did?
Yeah, hi, Abhay. Yes, I think that probably was the most important story I did in my career, when Rohini Sadian, she revealed that how she had been, pressure has been brought on her to go easy on the Malegaon blast accused, and all of whom were Hindu extremists. So that had a huge impact. It had a lot of political impact. It had a social impact. And, it led a lot of people to delve deep into that case, which was almost forgotten. But while, like you said, you remember the story, and yes, it was explosive, taken up by almost every channel, a lot of people in India and international. And I think it brought pressure on the government to kind of retract and, and let a more fair trial take place. But though all of us do, when we do a story, of course, like, it was said in the beginning that Josie said that we don't have an impact in mind. And it was same here when I got to know about the story, and I just went and did it, and it had a great impact because, well, one recognized that story would have it. But as a journalist, I also feel, I personally feel a lot more exhilarated, or I feel a lot more satisfied when the impact is also small, even localized and to the level of having an individual impact. I remember long back, there was one of the editors of Guardian who had said that the stories which do sustain are the ones which have an impact on the community and is for the betterment of the community. So keeping that in mind, if you ask me my personal, my personal, call it favorite, for want of a better word, stories which have involved investigation and which have had an impact. I don't know, probably you also remember, it was much before that, I had done a story on one FTI student called Neetu Singh. So she was a Nepali student studying in FTI who had been picked up in the middle of the night by the police and deported to Nepal. I mean, all this happened in a few hours of the night. And the next day, there were women organizations who sent us this information. And when we went to the police, we were told, well, she was a spy. And that is the reason she was deported. Now, this is a very standard kind of an explanation that the police or, the government agency would dole out. And then I decided to investigate. We went to the FTII and started digging out the facts. And what emerged was that she had been married to a very powerful and influential politician in Nepal. And it was a very bad marriage. And to escape that, she'd come to India. She was studying there. But because the man was so influential, he pulled strings, and he got the police to pick her up and deport her to Nepal. So there was Indian government and the Nepalese government involved in what was really just, it was a matrimonial personal issue. So once that story was brought out, the whole story changed. And because of that, the Indian government, the embassies, all of them, they got active. This girl who had been taken to Nepal and she was under house arrest, not allowed to meet her parents. She managed to smuggle out a letter saying that she's under house arrest. The Indian government got into act, and finally she was brought back from Nepal. She was reinstated in her course in FTII, and no further the separation all took place. So that one story changed the life of this girl who may have otherwise probably had to deal with a lot more personal, trauma. So when I go and look at my stories, I feel there are stories like these, which at least I can be sure that had a very, very tangible and positive effect on one life. And I remember she wrote to me once saying that when I count the angels in my life, I always put Indian Express right at the top because Express carried this story. So there are investigative stories which have a huge national impact, which is great, which was with this. So it's one about the David Headley story I did when I tried to follow up and find out where he stayed, and just went on to every hotel where foreigners stayed. I think my 7th, 8th hotel, I managed to find the hotel, the book where he'd signed in and he had stayed in that hotel for 3 days, which was just before the German bakery blast. So that also was one of the stories which, again, made news. But I think also stories which have a personal effect, they go out to better the life of the community or even a single person. For me, those kind of investigative stories are very close to my heart. So these are really the ones I wanted to talk about. And yeah, the Rohini Salim story, yes, that was big. That was, I traveled to Mumbai and Rohini was very forthcoming. They had stopped her from even appearing for the accused. And they were just on the verge of taking her out because the case was moving towards conviction. So that it had an impact that it was vaulted. And I think a more fair trial was instituted at that time.
Yeah, I remember this Nepali students case and the David Hadley stories that you had done very vividly, because this this appeared prominently in the Pune edition. And yeah, basically the thing is that the powers that be are fine as long as we write on food, fashion, lifestyle, entertainment, and what one may call government approved journalism. But what is not liked is bringing out the truth, exposing corruption and conflict of interest, and questioning the government narrative in various ways. All of us have worked in big media organizations, and to be fair to them, we were all able to do well researched, big impact stories in those organizations. Probably this was a thing of the past. I would like to ask Anirudh, to what extent has this environment changed today? Anirudh, you need to unmute yourself.
I'm saying, first of all, congrats to Sunanda. It's such a heartwarming story to hear about the FTI student. And you see, the environment which people keep, for me, the basic change in the environment is, say, 7-8 years back, or, any journalist doing a investigative piece of reporting would be reasonably confident of the story heading to courts, that he or she would get a fair hearing, and a sort of the courts would be on the side of the media platform which broke the story. But sadly, a lot of journalists now don't have that confidence that going forward, if a story is litigated, what is the outcome going to be, and how, would they be protected by against the powers to be? So that, I think, is a big piece which is missing. And also the manner in which the social media sort of comes after them, and I often and also how the state and even the national governments have basically, there is a loss of democratic temperament, and they are easy. They become too, they don't take criticism rightly, they don't take stories in the right spirit, which was unlike earlier. Unlike, you could do a story, and there have been like dozens of occasions where even we have done stories in Tehelka and Cobra Post, and the people who have been affected by our stories, we have had conversations with them, and they have been very civil. But that civility has disappeared. But I think the biggest missing piece right now is just does the judiciary have your back? That is the big missing puzzle right now.
Anirudh, since you have to leave a bit early, I would like you to also tell our audience and our students your message to journalists, or your advice to journalists who would like to take up investigative journalism, and how do you feel they should navigate the choppy waters of journalism today?
I think that students shouldn't come to the media for glamour. I find lots of students now, when I speak to them, they like the glamour of the profession, but they don't really understand the nuts and bolts of it. And a lot of them want to be television anchors. And I think that, a journalism career is best started at the desk, where you are cleaning copy and learning how to focus your stories and how stories are built. And I think the initial grounding in the desk is very important for any kind of journalist, whether it's the television desk or even the copy desk. And but coming in just for the glamour without, the journalism is often very a lot of hard work and glamourless work. Sometimes, if you ask normal readers and viewers, they don't remember bylines. Bylines are just are something with our fellow colleagues and who sort of remember who did the story. But if you ask the normal viewer or the reader, I mean, very rarely will they remember who did the story. They might just remember perhaps the media platform which did the story. And that too, is changing now because you are up in their face in social media, reminding people that it is your platform who did the story. But earlier on, in the first half of our decades, people never remembered bylines. They never even, very seldom they remembered even the media platform which broke the story. But they would have a memory of the story. But the students joining now, unfortunately, I don't have a very rosy picture of to give them about the state of Indian journalism, at least, because there are a lot of media platforms which have given up investigative journalism altogether. The special investigative teams are being slowly disbanded, and the urge to investigate stories has gone out of mainstream. I mean, rarely do you know about mainstream reporting, doing the kind of stories that they should be doing. And but if you want to do, there's a lot that can be achieved even if you are not an investigative journalist. And any story which you go in depth becomes investigative. So it's just the kind of time and money and talent that you invest in a story which makes it investigative. Even a great profile that you might end up doing would be investigative in that nature. But which is not to say that you have to lose heart. There is a lot of stories to be done. India is full of stories. And if you are in story, if you are a good communicator and you are in the profession of telling stories, I think there is still a lot of space for you. And going forward, I think that there'll be a lot of space for investigative non-profits in the profession. And the Wire, News Laundry, and a lot of other websites are showing us the way about how they can sort of they can raise retail funding and donations at a retail level and sustain the kind of journalism that they do. And they are sort of pathbreakers in many ways. But if you compare the scale to, say, North America, where there are nearly 200 investigative non-profits, we have still a big journey to go. I mean, we have still a lot of distance to travel. Thanks, Abhay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anirudh. And just before this discussion, so Anirudh, we would like to thank you for being here. You have requested you want to leave early, but we would like to invite you back to the MIT World Peace University School of Journalism. Thank you very much. Venu, just before we started this program, we had a discussion, and you were mentioning how difficult it is to do investigative stories today, and not just investigative stories, but even regular stories.
Yeah.
And one of the things we also discussed was that we want to see, at least at our school, solution-centric approach. How should journalists and young journalists and budding journalists deal with this situation? So if you could please give us your perspective on this.
Yeah, I of late, the last 2 years, wherever I go, I'm asked to speak about journalism. I quote George Orwell, who famously said that that sometimes speaking simple truths becomes a revolutionary act. Under this government, even simple truths are being penalized. And as Anirudh said, I totally agree with Anirudh. For some reason, the judiciary, there are journalism is considered an important pillar of democracy. Judiciary is another pillar. Traditionally, these two pillars kind of they reinforced each other. If you look at democracy as a broader structure, and these two were major pillars which kind of reinforced each other and gave us a solid support to the broader structure, which seems to have kind of weakened a bit. I'll tell you why. For instance, the Wire at the moment, we have 3 criminal FIRs, first information reports, cases filed by the UP police for simple reportage. There was a mosque which was demolished in Barabanki, which everybody reported. There were 30 newspapers, BBC, everybody reported. And the Wire journalists also reported it. They made a video. So the charge against the Wire in that case is that by reporting the demolition of a mosque, the Wire was creating tensions or enmity within certain communities. So it is Section 153, a non-bailable offense. Now, we have gone to the Allahabad High Court challenging this, and we are arguing that if this kind of a section is put on journalists, if it is tantamount to criminalizing normal reporting. By this logic, you could not report the demolition of Babri Masjid because the police could argue that this is creating tension between different communities, right? So, and this is not the only case. There are other cases, frivolous cases, where for simple reporting of some minority, old man from a minority community was beaten up, his beard was pulled, etc. So people tweeted about that. So criminal cases have been filed against several people, senior journalists. In Wire is also part of that because Wire also tweeted that video. So we are living in a multimedia world. So a simple tweet or a tweeting of a video or can be sort of can be used by the police to file a case, file a criminal case, and then sort of deliver a chilling effect. Now, this is happening not just with the Wire; this is happening with a lot of others also, other media organizations also. And I can also tell you that Wire in the past, about 4 years ago, we had done a story on Rafale, on the whole Rafale controversy. It was a video actually, and we were questioning the government's the role the government had played in granting a prominent industrial house, a Rafale contract. Now, that industrial house filed a defamation suit against us, seeking damages of 5,000 crores. And in another case, the same industrial house was seeking a damages of 6,000 crores. So I used to tell people that this is Wire's valuation. These are the kind of damage suits that are pending against the Wire. So there are chilling effect is coming from the police. Chilling effect is coming from agencies. Chilling effect comes from industrialists who are close to the establishment and who file cases, defamation cases, sometimes on behalf of the establishment. So these are challenges that journalists are facing. But having said that, I would also, I would argue that that these challenges journalism has faced these challenges in the past also during emergency. Now this time it's a much more calibrated kind of backdoor, muzzling of media that is happening. During emergency, it was the media was kind of shut down. This time, the media is not being shut down, but the media is being delivered, frequent doses of warnings through, as I said, through cases, criminal cases, through defamation cases, etc. So I guess we live with this. I think it is challenging. All that I'll say is that journalists who are wanting to enter the profession now, the profession is far more complex than it was 10, 15 years ago, because today you're dealing with multimedia. So if everything goes viral, right? You produce a video, it goes viral. You produce a tweet, it goes viral, and there's that much more pressure from the establishment to sort of clamp down on even on social media. In this context, I would say the new media laws, which now which has been challenged in several high courts. 18 challenges are pending from media houses, news media houses, against what the IT Act 2021 seeks to do. It appointed some six and the INB secretary and given them powers to take down any online news that they deem is unfit to be published without informing the publisher. I have not seen this in 70 years. If you read the history of media since independence, such a draconian law has not been brought. The law is under challenge. Now, this is a big challenge for journalism today. And let's hope that some of the high courts which have stayed the operation of the IT Act on news media, online news media, I hope some judgment comes and Article 19 is upheld. And Article 19, this IT law, all the challenges unequivocally say that the IT Act being extended to online news media is complete violation of Article 19, 1A, which deals with freedom of press, freedom of expression, and it is a mockery of the constitutional rights that accords media the status of a pillar of democracy, an important pillar of democracy. So whoever comes into journalism must be willing to fight these tendencies at various levels. Now it is not just a question of doing journalism. It's a question of fighting the establishment in courts. It's a question of fighting at various other fora, fighting, creating civil society opinion, what have you. In my view, it's a much bigger fight. It's a fight for survival. It's an existentialist fight for media at the moment.
I completely agree with you, and I remember one of these stay orders that come from the Madras High Court.
Yeah.
We had this, you mentioned FIRs, and we had this ridiculous case of a FIR being filed against a person in UP who had tweeted that oxygen was in short supply.
Yeah.
So the question really is, how long are such coercive laws and actions going to be sustainable? And I want to bring in our panelists, Sunanda and Josie. Would you like to comment on this? Do you feel that, it is going to such a extreme state of affairs? How far do you think this is going to be sustainable? Sunanda?
Well, actually, I prefer Josie going first.
Venu, you wanted to say
something to add that?
I want to.
Okay, so Josie, go ahead. Then I'll.
No. I just want to one more case, Abhay. I think Josie will speak about it in greater detail because he was filing stories for Josie. I cannot. The most, in my view, the most. What should I say? The most chilling case of media muzzling is that of Sudhir Kapan, and the man who was not even had not even reached Hathras, and they have put UAPA against him. He cannot even get bail. For 1 year he's in jail. In my view, Sudhir Kapan represents the biggest excess that is the state is committing at the moment, and it's a shame that journalists have not really come together in a big way to protest and seek his release from jail. Of course, Josie will be able to talk about it better.
Yeah, Abhay, to add to what Venu said, In Siddiq Kapan's case, we are yet to see the charge sheet because police has been refusing to give. But from the snatches that we have got, what we can figure out is that the UP police is claiming that a set of articles that he has written about atrocities against Muslims, not that he has not written about Hindus or BJP leaders, but they've selectively picked a few articles and have accused and claimed that he has written that to instigate Muslims. Now, Siddiq, as Venu said, is an extreme case. He has been in jail for more than a year now. But across India, one of the things that is very visibly emerging is that the state polices and other agencies are weaponizing journalism and are using it to intimidate free media, in turn threaten the democracy. So let's, for example, take Siddiq's case. He writes articles like any journalist. And the report he wrote for a Malayalam website that I've been supporting and partially funding. When a journalist writes an article, that article goes through a certain editorial process. It comes to an editor, the editors edit it, check for facts, veracity, etc., and it goes through a process. So there is a certain process for journalism to ensure facts and accuracy. I don't know, and we are yet to see evidence of how these police forces and agencies across India are determining if journalism of the wire of what Siddiq did or others are doing are instigating somebody or are lies and factually inaccurate. To me, only a group of idiots and dimwit can sit down and make such sweeping judgments. And it's an embarrassment that the judiciary of this country at various levels has not woken up to the fact that these non-military security establishment of the country, the police, the CBI, the ED, Narcotics Control Bureau, all of them are weaponizing the laws, are intimidating free media by blatant lies, and in turn threatening democracy. So if what Venu said sounds too scary to the youngsters, I just want to tell you that it's a very unusual time. We will have to live through it. You will have to live through it. But be grateful that you are going to be baptized in fire, so you will be able to stand the heat of sun. I just wanted to add one thing to the students, which is that while all these threats remain, we are also witnessing a great boom in non-fiction writing, in investigative documentary making, in real life story adoptions into films and scripted series. So serious journalism has demand, and there is great opportunities out there. Don't be very disheartened, but yes, your baptism will be with fire if you're going to be an honest journalist.
That's a very positive and inspiring note, Josie, and we would like to invite all of you to speak to our students in future too. And of course, one of the things that India needs is police reforms very seriously to set things straight. Sunanda, you were making a point earlier on how sustainable do you feel such coercive measures are?
Clearly they can work only up to a point. But I think the push against these kind of these pressure tactics have to come from journalists themselves. It's become far too common for people to get subservient and to crack under the pressure. Josie just we see it happening with the judiciary very often. And media is unfortunately, being tarred with the same brush. There are, of course, a lot of this new media which are standing up to it, where the Wire, like News Laundry, as they were mentioned. But by and large, a large section of the media, because they are, they are bending under pressure. That is what I think is delaying this breakthrough from happening. I think it has to come together as a whole. And what has really probably helped this kind of climate, I think, is the social media. When I started, 25, 30 years ago, we didn't have to counter with this huge force. I mean, this whole troll factory, this whole troll army, which is there, that has created a lot of, this whole atmosphere of fear. I know even some of the most seasoned journalists have cracked under the kind of trolling that they have been subjected to. We all know those names. On the other side, a lot of journalism is also being judged by how popular it is on social media. And that's one point I really want to bring out, that the quality of journalism has to rise above its, the shares and the likes and the kind of judgment passed or the popularity it garners on the social media. That is not how you judge good journalism. Good journalism has to be judged on its own, on the quality and the merit of what has been written and the impact it has created, not the impact on the social media, but an impact on the topic and the issue that has been taken up. But as far as sustainability is concerned, I mean, clearly it's going to reach a point and then it will have to give way, because that is how it works. That is how it works in all societies, and that's what history also has been witness to that. But I think the pushback, the fight has to come from the people who have to uphold all the tenets of good journalism.
Yeah, absolutely. And social media, as I see it, is a double-edged sword. It can be used both ways, in a sense that trolling is one of the things that's happening, and quite disturbing in the way it's affecting journalism. But I want to come to this point that we all agree that a healthy democracy requires one of the widest possible dissemination of news. And when I started journalism, which was in '87, we had just two big papers in Pune. Sunanda, you remember, one Marathi paper and one English paper. And if the news did not appear in those papers, it was as good as it has not appeared. And today we see a whole lot of online publications: Scroll, Wire, News Minute, News Laundry, Cobra Post, and so many others. So the dissemination of news from multiple diverse sources is extremely important for a healthy democracy. Now my question is particularly to you, Venu and Josie. Anirudh is not with us. How do you work on your revenue model? What would you expect that the public should do to support you? And what is the way forward?
So Abhay, at the outset, I would argue that the decentralization of media is a good thing. In the sense, earlier you had 4 or 5 media groups which had monopolized readership, and there was concentration of readership, and there was media. I would even go to the extent of saying a kind of quasi monopoly. In certain regions, Times of India, for instance, had a huge sway in Delhi, Bombay, and and the Hindi version also in north of India, Hindustan Times, or the Hindu in the south. Now, this was a pre-multimedia situation that existed in the news media landscape. What has happened now in the last 5-6 years is with the multimedia taking roots and distribution through social media becoming virtually commoditized. Like anybody can tomorrow. I mean, Sunanda can has a story, for instance, a great story she has. One of the stories that she cited, and if she doesn't have a forum, she can actually create her own Substack, or can disseminate her story through a Twitter platform or one of her multimedia platforms. What I'm saying is the media has got so decentralized, Abhay, that my experience is that if you do one great story, it does not matter whether it appears in Indian Express or Times of India, or whether it appears in Scroll or Wire. That story will have more hits if you do Google Analytics than on that day than any story in Times of India. Whereas Times of India's overall readership will be much higher. What I'm saying that you could do stories. So in a sense, in a sense, the brand has got fragmented. Times of India per se may have some great readership, but you can produce one story which will have more readership than Times of India on that day. So that this is a good thing for journalists. So on a positive note, what I'm saying is students of journalism have far more space to be creative, to innovate, to be innovative. As like Sunanda said, community journalism. Some 6 students from your Pune, from this institute, can get together and focus on stories in Maharashtra, or say stories around certain environmental issues in Maharashtra. There are many environmental concerns, and they can actually do a lot more through the multimedia platforms than they would have managed it 15 years ago. So in that sense, great opportunities media is providing, the multimedia, the platforms, distribution platforms. And at the same time, as I said, there are the other side of the story is that media is getting very fragmented also. That fragmentation has advantages, disadvantages. The disadvantage is that even the political establishment, which is trying to muzzle media, can make use of the same fragmented platforms, right? and push their narrative. So it's a clash of narratives actually. So there is opportunity there, and I think students of journalism can exploit those opportunities.
That's indeed a very inspiring note, and what you said about the number of stories that students can do, and they don't need any big media house anymore, is so relevant. And I'm reminded of what my journalism professor would say, Professor Kiran Thakur, that there is a story below every stone, and it's just a matter of figuring it out and doing it.
Yeah.
Sunanda, Josie, would you like to add to this point? To the opportunities before students today?
Yeah, Abhay, I'm just adding to what Venu said, is that, today, today, okay, let me just tell you my experience of publishing this new book, which came out 2 months ago almost. And I've had various reviews in mainstream media, but the most impact my book sales had was when I did a podcast with Amit Verma on Seen and Unseen, and with Deshbhakt Abhishek Banerjee. Now, I'm saying that we are witnessing an era of a lot of individual brands, which is what I think Venu was trying to say about individual stories. So individuals, if you're committed to quality, if you are able to create your own form and substance, you could very easily find your own following and sustainable business models. The second thing to add is that to add to what Venu said, you don't need to be under the roof of a monopolistic media house anymore. Actually, all large media houses in this country are either conspiracies of mediocrity or wholesale stupidity. So you should not go there. If I were in your place, I would not go to a large mainstream newsroom. Why would I go and work in a Republic or Z News to do propaganda for which I don't even get paid properly? The third aspect of all of it is that there is a lot of other avenues of making a living through high quality journalism. For example, as I said, documentaries. The world is witnessing never before seen boom in documentaries based on true crime, investigative stories, etc. Non-fiction publishing, books sales are really showing upswing in the non-fiction space. So if cleverly planned, and if you're disciplined, and if you're smart, today it is I think much easier for a young good journalist, writer, reporter to find a way of surviving and having a comfortable life while impacting society and holding on to their values.
Yeah.
Abhay sir, you're on mute.
Yes.
So I think, yeah.
Sorry, Sunanda, would you like to make a point and we'll then move into the question session? We'll take up questions from students.
Yeah, no, I agree. Exactly what Josie said, that the opportunities, and of course, there are so many, and you don't have to, be part of a big organization to get your story published. In fact, I think some of the best journalists in today's era are all independent journalists. I'm part of a lot of journalist organizations, also a National Women Media Organization of India. And I think the best stories are coming out of independent journalists who are getting enough forums to publish also there, and they don't have to then be be under that pressure that this organization may be leaning towards the government. So unless you are very sure you're working for an organization which is editorially driven and not either marketing or with commercial interest or under any kind of political pressure, because there is so much of corporatization of news today. So you have to be very sure you're working for an organization which does not bend to commercial interests. Only then can you really pursue your journalism that you want to. So there are enough avenues open to all of them. And but I have just a couple of things to tell to the students, that when you are doing investigative journalism, you are actually very fortunate. You're living in the era of the information technology when just about everything is at your fingertips. When we started out, there was no Google. There was only one God, and you just had to pray to him and get your story. But right now, you have everything at your fingertips. The technology is there helping journalists. But yet, I want to emphasize one point, that old-fashioned field journalism will never be able to replace technology. Remember, if you are reaching some kind of information on the media, on the net, so there are a lot of other people who have access to it. So while you're going out in the work of journalism, please remember to go out into the field. Go out to the place you're supposed to report from, and you'll always find stories. Like, what he said, a story under every stone. What he said, Abhay, it is a fact, but that story, that advantage or that angle, you will only get once you go to the spot and you investigate over there. So do not replace this kind of old-fashioned hard work by, merely a lot of information gathering from the net. That, I think, is a must for every journalist who wants to do investigative reporting. And secondly, learn to, read a lot of documents, a lot of manuscripts, learn to read FIRs, and you should know how to get access to these documents. There are a lot of portals, there are a lot of ways that you can access them, all the government documents, your RTIs, the replies, the medical reports. I mean, when I wrote my book, I think I had to go through a humongous amount of documents. So the medical reports from All India Medical Institutes, the FIRs, the court orders, but that will hold you in good stead. It will give you the kind of heft your story needs. It will also give you the credibility that you need tomorrow from not getting hauled up in the court for what all you report upon. So be sure what you're reporting, it is backed by a credible source or anything which is there in black and white. So there are a lot of these still very old-fashioned guidelines that you must follow. After that, I think the sky's the limit. Once you have that kind of sensibility ingrained in you and that fearlessness, let not this, we do live under this cloud of fear, which is there presently. It will evaporate if you have if you are very sure of what you want to do, you are doing it with integrity and you're doing it keeping your ethics intact. I think there is still an immense amount of opportunity to go right out there and do good stories. And there are enough people to support you. This happened. There are so many organizations, Josie. In fact, we were in one seminar, OCCRP. There are enough national and international organizations that will still support good journalism to the extent of even offering you physical protection if you are, entering into any waters which are dangerous. Which could be, even investigating organized crimes. There are people out there who will offer you cover. They will offer you protection as long as they're sure of your integrity while you're doing the story. That's all you really need to have as a good investigative journalist. Yeah, thanks.
So you're on mute.
Dr. Basu, may we move into the question answer session?
Yes, Neeraj, over to you.
Dr. Vaidya, you can mute yourself.
Yes.
Yeah, so So my question is essentially based on this sort of strange dichotomy that we have at the moment, because organizations such as M.K. Venuji's The Wire is surrounded by this host of FIRs and cases, and which is making things difficult for him, because governments which are opposed to the kind of stories that he's doing are making these roadblocks, creating these roadblocks for his organization to function, go ahead with other stories of that sort. Does an independent journalist in that sense have more advantages, or the same sort of disadvantages act against the independent journalist as well? You, of course, are an organization. You can hire a lawyer to fight your cases. Even though they may be in multiple cities, you still can afford to have lawyers in multiple cities. But if there is an independent journalist doing a similar kind of work, doing similar kind of stories, what is the solution? I mean, is that a better prospect, or do you think an independent journalist has a very, very clear disadvantage compared to an organization?
Is that for me? Yeah. Actually, is that, independent journalists...
You're on mute, Venuji.
No, actually, it's not... Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah? Can you hear me? Yeah? Can you hear me?
Yes, there's an echo, but we can hear you.
So, so the answer to your question is, independent journalists can also offer their stories. Like Wire takes a lot of stories from independent journalists. And if there are cases on those, then Wire fights those cases for the independent journalists. Or say News Laundry, or say Quint. Let's say, suppose Sunanda has a great, she exposes a big scam, say against the Maharashtra government or against the central government. And if it is published in the Wire, or if it's published in, in Quint, then it's the responsibility of the organization. So independent journalists, in that sense, also have the support of smaller media websites. I'm not saying the mainstream. The mainstream papers do not take freelance contributions, like Times of India or Hindustan Times, etc. will not publish an investigation by an independent journalist, but smaller websites like ours do. And we also give legal support if there is a legal challenge.
Just to add to that, Abhay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Josie is helping. Sudhir Kapan wrote for a website which was funded by Josie. So in some sense, Josie has taken some responsibility in supporting, in creating some support for Kapan. So that's the way it works. Yeah.
Yeah. So to add to what Venu said, the two things. One is that there does exist, there is a loose camaraderie among journalists to support each other, and lawyers, etc. So it's not a big problem. Second is that I just want to place this here on record that I am also the South Asia editor for OCCRP, which is now which is one of the world's largest investigative journalism networks. We are just expanding into South Asia. If anybody wants to do cross-border large-scale investigations, we are more than happy to take it on. And we do stay with the reporter, provide legal cover, and what Sunanda said, even if necessary, provide physical security or home away from place of location, etc. So there are new non-profit efforts happening around the world to nurture high-quality, expensive investigative journalism and to support freelance reporters. So you will actually see more and more of those efforts happening in India also.
Okay, sir, with your permission, can I take a few of the students' questions? Otherwise, they'll be furious.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead, ma'am.
The first question is for Sunanda ma'am. The question is, uh, in this digital era where it's easy to fabricate news, what kind of new challenges the journalists face while carrying out investigative stories?
um, to fabricate news, I think every journalist who comes into the field, whether and they have a bit of training, or even if they don't, they know one thing, that you have to check your facts. I mean, that is a bottom line. It's like the cardinal truth, which is about journalism. So when you are getting into investigative journalism, you just have to go right out there and check your facts. You have to check, recheck, repeat, because unless you do that, you take all versions of the story, and that is your best guide to having a good investigative story. I mean, I remember when I did my book, the Life and Death of Nanda Pushkar, a lot of part did go in investigation because it was a controversial death. And we went through everything, my publisher and I, we went to every single episode, in fact, multiple times, until it was kind of verified by at least 3 different sources. We wouldn't go ahead, because every event had a lot of version. Everyone had a different version of the event. So you just have to go right deep to the core, talk to as many people as it's needed, and separate the wheat from the chaff, and find out what was the truth. And the only way to do is to just go over your facts again and again, and make sure there are absolutely no holes. So that's why I said investigative journalism, you just cannot do it it cannot be an armchair journalism. You have to go right out there, get your sources, get your facts right. So, and especially now, like you said, in this day and age of, the fake news, which there are enough sites also actually which expose the fake news, and they tell you immediately whether this news is true or it is something which is just being banded, as a fallacy. So you verify there, but you have to verify your facts yourself. You can't depend even on a second source. Till you do that, it cannot become a part of your story. So investigative journalism, anyways, I mean, this has been right from the last 25 years or 30 years that I've been in this industry. You have to verify every fact yourself. Go and meet the people, and then record it. Record all the controversial interviews you're doing. Any issue which can become contentious, make sure you have it on record, so that there's no one backing out and putting in a spot by saying that I was misquoted and I was not informed. I did a lot of that in my book, and it really helped me, because there were a couple of sources who kind of, later they said, oh, we never said this, or we never allowed you to use our name. And when it was all there on record, and the fact that, they had agreed to it on record, that helped. You go out, get the stories yourself. A lot of stories which are very controversial. There are also legal departments in every newspaper. They'll have legal readings to make sure you are covered. That's it. So investigative journalism just requires you to talk to every party, every side of the story, go deep into it, and get your facts right.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. The next question is for Josie Joseph, sir. The question is, how do you think technology will impact the process of investigative journalism?
So actually, technology is transforming the landscape of investigative journalism in ways that can't be fully explained. In the last 5-10 years, if you look at it, some of the biggest investigative stories have all been based on leaked databases. Then reading of documents, finding cross references, correlations, etc., which used to take us months and months of hard work, can now be done using very advanced software within hours. And today, because of the digitization of the world, we are also able to track a lot of money using open and hidden databases. When we do stories for OCCRP, we are able to track aircraft and ships and other things very minutely. So I think technology has really been transformative for this business. And I think all of you should, when you get time, check out OCCRP's software called Aleph and see the power of that, which is driving many of the large global investigations today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. At present, this conference on media and journalism is being witnessed by thousands of students And one very interesting question has come up, and I'm sure this is from some law student, and that is for Venu, sir. The question is, do you think a close association, perhaps with a criminal lawyer, will help in digging out the truth even better in case of investigative journalism?
Yeah, definitely. There are very good criminal lawyers who helped from in the past also. You know, great lawyers like Ram Jethmalani and there have been other criminal lawyers who have from time to time supported independent journalism, independent media outfits. And I'll give you Wire's own example. We, from the very beginning, we have a very good criminal lawyer. Her name is Nitya Ramakrishnan, very well-known human rights lawyer who has been associated with us from the very beginning. In fact, the first big story that we did, which was to expose some of the business activities of J. Amit Shah, the son of Amit Shah, who was then Bharatiya Janata Party president. That case on, she helped us navigate through various Ahmedabad courts, high courts, Supreme Court, back to Ahmedabad court. So that goes without saying. Yes, there are. In fact, for us, I can say openly here that without the support from our lawyers, we would not have been able to do many of the stories that we did. And mostly they support us and they work for us pro bono, actually. Yeah. We, of course, we meet their expenses, basic expenses, but they don't charge their normal market rates with the Wire. So we are very lucky in that sense.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And of course, there are many questions, but due to paucity of time, and of course, we'll very soon have perhaps another session with all of you all on board, which will perhaps serve the purpose, and that will be perhaps only question-based, where the students will only ask questions, because I'm sure many students will be very unhappy because I can't take up all the questions at the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to a very, very important part of this session, which is passing of the resolution. A resolution, like for every session, we set a resolution, and the participants, the students, they vote either in favor or against the resolution, what they actually feel about that. So I shall request my technical team to reflect the resolution on screen so that the participants can have a look at it and they can start the voting. Once the resolution is visible, please start voting for that. The resolution for this session is: investigative journalism attempts to bring out the hidden information and unravel the scams with great courage. This session proposes that safeguarding of investigative journalism should be given importance to construct a healthier social ecosystem. My dear student friends, you just have a few seconds to vote either in favor or against the resolution. Time is running really fast, and I'm sure you will not want to miss out on this opportunity. 94% of the students have voted in favor of the resolution. Thank you so much, my dear student friends. Before concluding the session, a heartfelt thanks and gratitude to all the dignitaries for taking out time from your busy schedule and could be a part of this conference. Thank you, Abhay sir, for the excellent moderation. And now I shall request Dr. Alex Hankey, Professor Emeritus, School of Biology, for rendering a vote of thanks. Over to you, sir. Sir, you have to unmute yourself.
It has been a great pleasure to listen to all the contributions from the various journalists who have done great work and have brought out fantastic stories that have exposed wrongdoings in various ways. They've saved individuals, they have saved sections of society, and they have brought a much greater sense of honesty as a necessity to being a senior and high-level member of our social system. So particularly to Josie Joseph, thank you very much for everything you said. And to Aniruddha Bahal, who unfortunately cannot be with us at the moment, great thanks. The exposure of the Pegasus scandal, which is ongoing as related by M.K. Venu, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. This is something which seems to have exposed a problem within the current government, which until this stage had a reputation for having had no monetary scandals and having had great honesty. And it seems quite possible that it succumbed to the temptations of that famous flying horse. So finally, Sunanda Mehta, you have talked of many things. You told us some very interesting points, but particularly your last point, the need to verify facts. I think all of us would thank you for this. The emphasis on honesty is absolutely essential. My own connection to Indian media started back during the emergency when my teacher, His Holiness Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, held a course in New Delhi that I helped to organize. And Mr. Goenka, the then owner and runner of the chief executive of the Indian Express, lent his building to the course for 3,000-4,000 people for the very simple reason Mrs. Gandhi had forbidden him or had made it impossible for him to move his Indian Express into the new offices that had been built for him, by him. So I have a certain experience of the prejudices between government and the press. But I must also remind you that there is a second completely different aspect of this that you have failed to address, and that is that when you find governments questioning the honesty of the facts that individuals and journalists produce, it's because of the behavior of people like that ghastly woman, Rebecca Brooks, in England, who, as editor of the News of the World, spied on people's cell phones and made life absolutely impossible for people like Princess Diana, and may have been the reason behind the deaths of a number of people. And I must remind you that the need for honesty is as much on the investigative journalists and journalism as a whole. And when we look at the state of the United States and of Donald Trump and the current charges against Steve Bannon, who was refused and been condemned for his refusal to give evidence before the Senate subcommittee, you see that people with media positions, Steve Bannon is important, is pursuing something which is absolutely unforgivable and which must be eliminated. So thank you, everyone. Thank you very much for your absolutely fundamental, brilliant contributions which have inspired us all. I congratulate you all, and I thank you, each and every one of you, from the bottom of my heart. And I'm sure the audience will join with me in giving you a large ovation and thanking you from their hearts as well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Namaskar.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
A gentle reminder to all the participants, our valedictory session will start sharp at 4:30 p.m. And thanks to all my student leaders for being such a wonderful audience. We shall end this session with the universal anthem, Poseidon. I request my technical team to play the Poseidon.
Namaskar. Welcome to Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University's National Conference on Media and Journalism. Today is the fourth and final day of the third edition of the National Conference on Media and Journalism. And we are ready to witness an array of notable personalities in the sessions. The previous sessions have been enlightening and interactive. We have been provided with new perspectives to look upon the capacity of the media to contribute to world peace.
NCMJ's third day featured a wide spectrum of professional opinions and views. We saw a number of well-known people share their views on the subject of inclusivity in the newsrooms in the fifth plenary session. The sixth plenary session touched the topic mobile journalism, the good and the bad. The third day concluded with an interesting media-to-media connect session which discussed the challenges before regional media. Attendees found the plenary sessions to be educational and a huge success. In today's first session, Youth to Youth Connect, we will showcase young panelists across the world to discuss the theme expression of self in the digital age.
The conflict between one's virtual identity and real identity leaves youngsters, especially teenagers, confused and delusional. The new generation feels their existence is validated through social media. In the Youth to Youth Connect, we have a vivid panel of youngsters discussing the expression of self in the digital age. Our panel includes Mr. Rishi Shah, Mass Communication and Journalism student of MIT WPU, Pune. Mr. Rahul Kumar, an MA Society and Culture student from Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar. Ms. Anushka Asrani from Center for Management Studies, Jain University, Bangalore. Ms. Misha Sharma, MA Mass Communication and Journalism student of MIT World Peace University, Pune. Ms. Abhilasha, student at New York Film Academy, Los Angeles.
Investigative journalism unearths information that some people would prefer to remain hidden. It focuses on the truth and aids in the development of the ordinary man while promoting the common good. The panelists of this session includes Abhay Vaidya, who is a senior investigative journalist and author, Josie Joseph, an investigative journalist and author, Anirudh Bahal, the founder of Cobra Post, M.K. Venu, the founder editor of The Wire, Sunanda Mehta, the former resident editor of the Indian Express.
Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University's National Conference on Media and Journalism, is a unique platform where experts from the media fraternity across the world will gather to have dialogue and to promote the idea of peace.
Incredible panelists, interactive plenary sessions, Youth to Youth and Media to Media Connect are the highlights of NCMJ 3. Once again, welcome to the fourth day of MIT World Peace University's National Conference on Media and Journalism. Stay tuned.
Namaste, hello and welcome everyone. Shortly, we'll be beginning the valedictory session of the third NCMJ. I request everyone to stay tuned so that we can all witness the valedictory session of the third National Conference on Media and Journalism. In a couple of minutes from now, we'll be starting with the valedictory session. Before we proceed, I wish to mention some of the highlights of the National Conference on Media and Journalism on Dialogue, Inclusivity and Peace, a 4-day online event in the third NCMJ. Well, the focus of the third NCMJ has been on igniting truth in the new age media. This conference has come up as one of the brightest beacons of ethical tenets for media and journalism on the national horizon. It has established itself as an important platform for facilitating confluence of dynamism and constructive narrative, bringing together media leaders from all over the country and abroad for connecting and sharing their side of stories about ethical journalism with conviction and conscience. The NCMJ provides a common ground for open discussions, deliberations, and recommendations that can help us develop measures for addressing conflict resolution through media and journalism, and for promoting the culture of peace in the world by igniting truth in new age media. This conference will bring together leading media personalities, experts, policymakers, academicians, social observers, administrators, peace advocates to not just meet on this online platform. Well, the association will go far beyond these 4-day conference meets. The exchange of perspectives and the sharing of best practices relating to promotion of sustainable peace and development processes will continue for a long time to come. So, dear audiences, in just a couple of seconds, we will be starting with today's valedictory session of the third NCMJ. I request you all to stay tuned because we are just a few moments away from the grand valedictory session of the third National Conference on Media and Journalism. We are also glad to mention that we have proudly hosted 8 plenary sessions along with the NCMJ News Bulletins, as well as Youth Connect sessions, along with Media to Media Connect sessions. And now, finally, we are heading towards the valedictory function on, are there really no takers for good news? So ladies and gentlemen, it's time that we begin with the valedictory session. Namaste, hello, and good evening to all present here. I welcome this August gathering wholeheartedly on behalf of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, Pune, Bharat, to the valedictory session of the third National Conference on Media and Journalism on Dialogue, Inclusivity, and Peace. As per the tradition of MIT World Peace University, we would like to begin the very important session of today's gathering with the World Peace Prayer. Prayer that cuts across all religions and is far above any kind of section of the society. It brings together all races and wise and praise for the human race. I request all of us to join hands and pray to the Divine Almighty. I also request my technical team to kindly relay the World Peace Prayer.
Om Namo Jiyadya Veda Pratipadya Jaya Jaya Swasamvedya Atmarupa Devatuti Ganeshu Sakalartha Mati Prakashu Mane Nivrittidasu Avadhari Godi Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwara Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnam मुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः.
Thank you so much for your wholehearted participation. We have experienced an overwhelming participation right from the inaugural to all the sessions of the 3rd National Conference on Media and Journalism, organized by MIT-WPU in association with the Pune Union of Working Journalists, Foreign Correspondent Club of South Asia, and Delhi Journalist Association. Friends, it is indeed our honor and privilege to have such a distinguished panel here. But before we proceed, I would like to request all the panelists to kindly turn on their cameras and wear a beautiful smile so that we can capture this special moment that we are experiencing of dialogue, inclusivity, and peace. I request my technical team to capture the special moment of the valedictory function, as this is how we take group photographs in the new normal. I'm sure we must have clicked some beautiful pictures. Well, dear audience, I again would like to welcome you all to the valedictory session of the 3rd NCMJ, which is on the theme, are there really no takers for good news? We are all waiting to witness a very interesting deliberation and a brainstorming session. But before that, I would like to invite Professor Anuradha Parasar, the Dean of Faculty of Liberal Arts, Faculty of Fine Arts, Faculty of Law, and the convener of NCMJ to kindly propose the welcome address. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Bakshi. Respected dignitaries on the dais, fellow colleagues, participants, members from media, press, and journalism fraternity, faculty, staff, and students. A very good evening to one and all. Welcome to the valedictory session of the 3rd edition of National Conference on Media and Journalism at Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, Pune, Bharat. And we are successfully concluding today the 3rd edition of National Conference on Media and Journalism at MIT World Peace University. On behalf of MIT World Peace University, we extend warm welcome to the distinguished members and guest of honor. Ardent welcome to guest of honor, Shri Saurabh Sachdevaji, actor and casting coach. And I hope that Sachdeva sir remembers that last year we started with Sachdeva sir, MIT WPU Faculty of Liberal Arts, Visual Arts, Media and Journalism Samvad series in year 2020. Hearty welcome, sir. Now I extend hearty welcome to guest of honor, Shri Kulpreet Freddy Vesunaji, founder MD of Impact PR Pune. Welcome, madam. And we extend earnest welcome to guest of honor, Shri Tarun Vijayji, former member of Rajya Sabha, and he's also senior journalist. Welcome, sir. We extend warm welcome to guest of honor, Shri Kunal Vermaji, news editor, Times Internet. Welcome to this valedictory session. And we wholeheartedly welcome UNESCO chairholder, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad, sir, founder and chief patron, MIRS, MIT Pune, and president, MIT World Peace University, and creator, world largest peace dome. And let's join our hand to welcome Shri Rahul V. Karad, sir, the managing trustee and executive president, MIRS MIT, and executive president, MIT World Peace University. And he's also chief initiator for MIT School of Government, and founder of various social initiatives like Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, National Teachers Congress, National Women's Parliament, and this conference itself, National Conference on Media and Journalism. Like that, there are various social initiatives which Rahul sir, is pioneering. I also extend warm welcome to academic leadership of MIT World Peace University, Professor R.M. Chitnis, Vice Chancellor, MIT WPU, Pro-VCs, Deans, Associate Deans, Directors, and Advisor Shri Abhay Vaidyaji. And hearty welcome to all the participants, delegates to the valedictory session of this 4-day online third edition of National Conference on Media and Journalism, which is organized by MIT World Peace University in association with Pune Union of Working Journalists, the Foreign Correspondents Club of South Asia, and the Delhi Journalists Association. And I extend heartfelt thanks and gratitude to all distinguished speakers of third NCMJ who were from India and abroad, who succinctly deliberated, shared their perspective, insights, inputs, and more than that, exchanged views and contributed effectively in making all sessions enriched. And the collective wisdom as generated from all the sessions, it is successfully contributing in igniting truth in new age media and promoted very aptly the theme of the conference, the role of media to promote the culture of peace in the world, with special focus on dialogue, inclusivity, and peace. Today we are in valedictory ceremony of third NCMJ, and here I wish to share about the charismatic persona, the visionary behind, who was from the conceptualization to the planning to the execution of NCMJ, and of course our respected and honorable Executive President, MIT World Peace University, Shri Rahul V. Karad sir, who always guide us, lead us, and motivate us. And so thank you, sir, for giving birth to this another amaranthine milestone, I must say, a grand, splendid, magnificent platform by name NCMJ. And this annual platform is connecting media leaders with youth on regular basis. Here again, I wish to share that the venue for NCMJ is world largest Peace Dome, which is at Tony Campus, Pune. And due to pandemic, MIT WPU is organizing this third NCMJ as an online conference. Since it is online, our all NCMJ guests, they could not see the World Peace Dome. So here we request our NCMJ guests of honors, delegates, and all the participants to spare some time to visit world largest Peace Dome. And hence, on behalf of university leadership, I also extend cordial invitation to all our NCMJ distinguished speakers, guests of honor, delegates, and participants to visit us at MIT World Peace University. And we would also be very, very happy to take you for a visit to our world largest Peace Dome, which actually is the world's wonder. It's like a peace temple, you may say, which was envisioned by UNESCO chairholder, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad sir, who is founder and chief patron, MITES MIT, Pune, and president, MIT World Peace University, and creator, world largest Peace Dome. So we look forward to welcome you for visit to Dome. Once again, on my behalf and on behalf of Honorable President, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad sir, Honorable Executive President, Shri Rahul V. Karad sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor R.M. Chitnis, faculty, staff, and students of MIT World Peace University and MIT WPU School of Media and Journalism, I extend hearty welcome and show deep sense of gratitude to all distinguished speakers, delegates, and participants to this third National Conference on Media and Journalism at this revered land of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, Bharat. And ladies and gentlemen, through this third edition of National Conference on Media and Journalism, we are sure that everyone is now charged and is made responsible to carry forward the dialogue, inclusivity, and peace. And before concluding, welcome once again to one and all to MIT World Peace University, third edition of NCMJ valedictory session, which will focus on, are there really no takers for good news? And dear delegates and participants, we are looking forward to your enthusiastic participation next year as well in the fourth edition of NCMJ 2022. Thank you. Vande Mataram. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Professor Parasar, for a very interesting welcome address. And I now, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Dr. R.M. Chitnis, and all the academic leaders, would again like to mention that we are really glad to have such an esteemed panel for the valedictory session, where we have already been joined by some of our guests of honors. Very shortly, we'll be listening to them, and we are really delighted to have you all amongst us. I would now like to mention that we are proceeding to a very important remark from another person who would like to share his mind as a senior journalist. He is none other than Mr. Abhay Vaidya. So I would now kindly request Shri Abhay Vaidya ji to kindly come forward and address the gathering. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak here. I must say that this has been a fantastic 4-day session, and I wish to thank the founder of Mayor's MIT WPU, Dr. Vishwanath Karad, and Executive President, Shri Rahul V. Karad, Vice Chancellor, Professor Chitnis, Dean Ma'am, Professor Anuradha Parasar, other dignitaries, and the director of the school, Professor Dhiraj Singh, and the faculty members. This has been a fantastic 4-day session, and I can only visualize how much more exciting it would have been if all of us would have gathered at the World Peace Dome at Loni. In the previous conferences, the first and second conferences, all the speakers had gathered at the World Peace Dome, and they marveled at what a wonderful memorial has been created and constructed and dedicated to the concept of world peace. I do not know of any other university which is so passionately working on the agenda of world peace and development. And this has been the consistently theme of the National Conference on Media and Journalism, where various aspects of peace and development are touched upon. And this year, the theme was Dialogue, Inclusivity and Peace. And we had as our partners the Foreign Correspondents Club of South Asia, New Delhi, and the Pune Union of Working Journalists. In addition to this, our faculty and our director and our dean ma'am, because I have been attending so many meetings associated with this conference, reached out to the best industry professionals who spoke at this conference over the 4 days. Each and every topic that is so relevant to understand the media and mass communication today was brought before our students. And it was literally a feast for the mind, where the students would have enjoyed listening to these speakers, listening to these discussions, which were so thought-provoking and which were also inspiring, because in every session, we had urged the speakers to tell us what is the way forward, what are the positive aspects of journalism that we can all think about and bring into action. One of the things that was said in the last session that we had was the enormous opportunities that multimedia offers, which was not available to students in the past, which was not available to journalists in the past. But the opportunities offered by the internet and by convergence of technologies, where you can now see news on your mobile phones, you can access it in an instant, and not only access it, but also transmit audio and video and do mobile journalism on the go, is something that has opened a vast array of opportunities and careers which were not heard of before. So these are all opportunities that our students have been exposed to, are being exposed to, and are being trained in various streams. One of the most recent things that happened was the Vishwa Shanti channel on YouTube. And there are plans to do a lot more in multimedia, especially now that the director of the school was heading Lok Sabha television in the past. Our focus has been on constructive, positive, solution-centric journalism. This is what this university is about. This is what this is the kind of journalism that we want to do. We want to highlight solutions and not just the problems. So the biggest complaint that almost everyone has had about the media, especially President APJ Abdul Kalam, was that why is the media so negative? And the way to deal with it is to be solution-centric. Nobody denies that there are problems. There are many problems. But what are the solutions? And if our media can speak of these solutions, and if our students are trained to talk of these solutions, then it is something that they are not going to forget, because tomorrow they are going to be the leaders of the media. They are going to be the leaders in the industry, and they are going to remember that these are the lessons that they learned at MIT World Peace University. The department is new. It is going to grow from strength to strength. And this very conference is a demonstration of how it is an improvement over the previous conference. And next year's conference is going to be better than this year's conference. And in fact, we would like to make this a festival of the National Conference of Media and Journalism, where with students on campus, the speakers on campus, and all of you on campus, you would have such a festive environment. It would be a celebration of what we are talking about. With these few words, I would like to conclude my talk. I would like to thank the founders of MIT WPU and Shri Rahul Kumar for giving the department an opportunity to hold this conference, and it was something so enjoyable and thought-provoking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vaidyaji. It was indeed a pleasure to listen to you. And as you mentioned very rightly about the constructive, positive, solution-based journalism, I think we all would agree that your address was equally constructive and positive, as there were reverberations of the celebratory aspect. Taking that strain ahead, I would like to mention that we have actually got ample opportunities to celebrate through the social initiatives. And one of the most important initiatives founded and convened by Shri Rahul Kumar, the Honorable Executive President of MIT World Peace University, is Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad. And I would really like to quote him, where he mentions, I quote, "The time is ripe for the educated youth to come forward to shoulder the responsibility of leadership in public life. Unfortunately, they shy away from politics, but we have to change that picture. And to take this initiative ahead, I would also take this opportunity to mention that MIT School of Government has been conceptualized by Shri Rahul Kumar, the Honorable Executive President of MIT World Peace University, with the vision of creating ethical, spirited, and committed political leadership for the country from the grassroots and from all walks of life. So to witness this firsthand, I now request my technical team to kindly relay videos on Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad and School of Government. Over to my technical team.
MIT School of Government is the first institute to initiate the leadership program in politics and government. After the independence, there was a need to have an institution to train the aspiring politicians or the young leading generation of the country. In 2005, MIT SOG was conceptualized by Rahul V. Karad, the executive president of MIT World Peace University, Pune, with a vision of creating ethical, spirited, and committed political leadership for the country from the grassroots and from all walks of life. MIT School of Government is now a part of MIT World Peace University. It offers a 2-year postgraduate degree program in political leadership and government, MPG. The program comprises of 1 year on-campus learning and 1 year off-campus training. Young leaders of our country should respect the politics. They should not feel that all politicians are corrupt. In order to strengthen the democracy, students having good character and value should enter the politics. This is the thought given by Rahul Karad. MIT SOG is spreading this thought in the youngsters. Till date, more than 350 young leaders are set for their mission. They have grabbed key positions in the political parties or government regulatory organizations, and some have succeeded in getting the memberships of the legislative bodies. Obviously, it has backbone of the education imparted at MIT School of Government. Eminent speakers from all walks of life, be it politics, journalism, economics, sociology, film, guide the participants. Students are exposed to listening, meeting, interacting with more than 100 various scholars and speakers throughout the year. This is the peculiarity of this unique residential learning program. As a part of the program, students visit the villages, study their administrative systems, and also extend visits to the state assemblies, houses of the parliaments, etc. While doing this, they learn to differentiate, make comparative study of the developed and underdeveloped villages, better and progressive constituencies. Visits to various party offices, government offices make such student rich in knowledge and experience. They go to different parts of the country to meet the politicians and get trained with them. The program comprises of the 1-year internship, which facilitates the students to learn directly from the politicians or in their offices. They are exposed to various social issues also. International study tour makes the student compare various political systems, ideologies, structure of nations. Their vision is broadened and mindset is changed. Rahul Karad, the founder of MIT School of Government, says that in order to strengthen the democracy, educated young generation must lead the politics. To support his ideology and expand the horizon of the School of Government, he initiated the largest platform of student leaders of the country called Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad or Indian Students' Parliament. A large number of selected student leaders across the country represent in Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad. Till date, more than 2 lakh student leaders are directly or indirectly benefited or are associated with the Students' Enclave. This 3-day program is witnessed by large number of eminent guests from politics, social field, industry, science, spirituality, journalism, etc. Student leaders get an opportunity to express their thoughts in various sessions. Resolutions are passed by the students by voting and which are sent to respective government bodies. Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad is now can be said to be the largest classroom of politically motivated students. MIT School of Government is thus molding the students to empower themselves for knowledge, power, and courage. This is a small contribution of MIT School of Government towards the nation building.
Thank you so much for having all of us experience these great initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to welcome the guest of honor, Shri Bharatendra Singh Ji. Thank you, sir, for joining us today in the valedictory function of the 3rd NCMJ. I would like to mention that Kuwar Bharatendra Singh Ji is the former member of Uttar Pradesh Legislative Assembly elected from Bijnor as a candidate of Bharatiya Janata Party. Kuwar Bharatendra Singh Ji belongs to a traditional royal lineage. He has also been elected as the Member of Parliament from Bijnor Lok Sabha constituency in 2014 general elections. It is indeed our honor and privilege to welcome you, sir. Thank you so much once again. And I now kindly request you to address the gathering. Sir, over to you. Sir, may I kindly request you to unmute yourself?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we can.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be a part of this 3rd National Conference on Media and Journalism. It's indeed it's a great effort, and it's really visionary of your founder, Mr. Karad, to have this course in place, which teaches children, college-going youngsters, about the system and how it is supposed to function. People still believe that joining politics is about oratory and is about rabble-rousing, which is not at all so. Politics, especially in the Indian context, I've been elected repeatedly as an MLA. I've been a Minister of State in the UP government, and I've been in the Parliament, and I've been repeatedly in different committees and different government positions. So actually, it's all about getting the funds to the poor, of our constituencies and of our states. If we are in central government, then how do we get more funds for the poor and for the needy to the state, and then actually leading them to the poor, to the needy. Mostly a lot of funds are sent by the state, but because they get unused, they are returned back. And which is so sad, because there is money. For example, Prime Minister Modi had come up with skill development. And there are so many minority people who are so poor, but the UP minority department returned a whole lot of funds and they went back unused, So all the structure needs to be learned. It needs to be taught. The theory part of it has to be correct so that the young children, the youngsters interested in politics have a formal education, a formal degree, a formal knowledge of how to pull these strings and how to get, release the funds for the poorest and get them to the ground. So I congratulate this great effort, and I think it's completely, it's a great visionary's job. So my heartiest congratulations to all of you to host this. And, with Corona, I think we have all become journalists because social media and social, the net has become so strong and powerful. Before Corona, we never thought we could have a conference like this. Me sitting in a village in West UP in District North could be attending a conference and being hosted in Pune. And slowly we are seeing that, commercial properties are not not being valued anymore as high as it used to be. Office spaces are not needed anymore. People are working from home. Their productivity is higher. Their output is higher, and bosses are really not concerned where you sit and work as long as you do your job. And in that sense, mobile journalism has made all of us journalists. So it's the greatest democratization of sharing of ideas. If your idea is good, if your photograph is good, it gets shared, and everybody has followers in the social media. A good idea is the photo is shared so many times, it's retweeted so many times, and so everybody has followers now. If you're on Facebook or on Twitter, everybody has reach. So one really doesn't need to sort of get to know the top journalists or the top publishing house, newspapers, and in that sense, it's very good. A good thing that has happened. It's a great democratization that has happened, but it has also given access to extremists. It has also given access to radical thinking, and become a problem for the nation, for any democracy. Because the bad currency seems to be pushing out the good thoughts behind behind the whole idea of this democratization. There are no boundaries for the social media. There is no censorship for the social media. And technology is reaching so far ahead that we always have news in the papers about some top actress, her photographs being morphed, and, somebody else's body and her face being used in all sort of awkward photographs. So we have to, so it is becoming a big problem, a challenge. So is social media really becoming a pandemic for trolling? Is it promoting intolerance? Is it, we see it all the time, when I look at my friends across the board, although I've been in the Bharatiya Janata Party since 1991, but I see a lot of my friends in the Congress being trolled horribly. They just have to put up a post, and there is a whole lot of abusive language against them. And so this is all very worrisome, and vice versa, So how do we stop this intolerance? How do we look into this polarization of you being stamped either pro-government or anti-government, and in this maze of trying to democratize and trying to get new ideas, and allowing a fillip to youngsters, and great new ideas coming up, but have we really managed that, or have we just polarized the whole society by the stream media? So these are the questions come to one's mind, and I would like to thank you. I would really like to congratulate all of you at MIT WPU for having this great conference. My heartiest congratulations. Thank you. And I'm sure a lot of my questions that quickly came to my mind have already been addressed. And I wish the young people now would look into them also. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful remarks and a very informative address. I'm sure we all will definitely follow the advices and the suggestions that have come across, because this session is being live streamed, and there are thousands and thousands of participants who have got connected with us, not just through this platform, but also through Facebook and YouTube live telecast. And sir, indeed, your address has touched our lives, and we'll try to definitely incorporate your suggestions. Thank you so much, sir, for being amongst us. We really appreciate your time. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to mention that there is a very nice manifestation of the architectural grandeur that very soon we'll be witnessing. Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad's life mission to establish a culture of peace in the world and deliverance of value-based universal education are embodied in the establishment of World Peace Prayer Hall and World Peace Library. The philosophy of world's largest peace dome and the theme of this conference are correlated as both emphasize Om Namo Ji Adya Veda Pratipadya Jaya Jaya Swaswam Vedya Atmarupa, thereby meaning ultimate truth, ultimate reality, and the ultimate state of matter. I now request my technical team to kindly relay a short film on philosopher Saint Sri Jnaneshwara World Peace Prayer Hall and World Peace Library, the World Peace Dome. Over to my technical team.
This country has always propagated one thought, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, my dear friends. I must say that in the entire history after the independence since 1947, this is one of the unique steps towards the contribution of universal humanity. I appeal to the Vice President and Honorable Chief Minister to recognize this World Peace Dome as a structure of national and global importance and support to promote it in such a way that it evolves as one of the prominent tourism destinations of the world.
We should remember and respect like Professor Vishwanath Karat and millions of people like that, and remember the great service they have done. They should be remembered forever. That is also equally important for all of us. This is the message of this dome. This is the idea of the dome. This is the tallest, not only in size, but also in ideas.
But if it takes away the rest of the days of my life and gives me one day where I can come back and look at this magnificent dome, magnificent message to the rest of the world, to me, this is not just the biggest dome in the world. To me, this is the biggest idea, the biggest message to the world.
Science without religion is lame, and we all know this. Religion without science is blind.
सीता का मान नहीं करोगे तब तक श्री राम का मान संपूर्ण नहीं होगा, आप याद रखिए। केवल जय श्री राम से बात नहीं बनेगी, जय सीताराम कहिए, कहना होता।
हमको लगता है कि आज गांधी जी हों चाहे जो कोई हो, सबका इशारा विश्व शांति का है।
विवेकानंद ने कहा है कि 21वीं शताब्दी में मेरी भारत माता ज्ञान का दालन बोल के उभर आएगी। इट विल बिकम अ विश्व गुरु इन द 21st सेंचुरी। उसका छोटा सा उदाहरण, छोटा सा सिंबल यहाँ बन गया है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
Thank you very much. It was truly majestic. And here we would like to also share that MIT World Peace University National Conference on Media and Journalism is equally a majestic platform to connect media leaders with youth. The conference is indeed a noble platform for igniting truth in the new age media. The conference has very well tried to address various issues like media bias and propaganda and its impact on peace and harmony, ethical journalism and digital communication for fostering and sustaining world peace. How can media maintain the balance between transparency versus the need for confidentiality? Exploring peaceful measures and directions for igniting truth in new age media, as well as how can media meet the imperatives of market forces such as sensationalism and commercialization, and at the same time create a forum for serious and responsible public debate. With this, dear audience, it is my honor to welcome the guest for today, Shri Saurabh Sachdevaji. I would like to introduce Shri Saurabh Sachdevaji. He is an actor known for his roles in films such as Tesh, Houseful 4, Lal Kaptan, Man Marziya, Bhoot Police. We all know him for his performance in critically acclaimed Netflix India series Sacred Games. He is also an acting teacher and a filmmaker who has accumulated experience in training and teaching alongside being an acting coach with Barry John for over 15 years. He has also taken workshops for many Bollywood films. In the past, Mr. Saurabh has directed and acted in a number of plays in Delhi and Mumbai. His film Maroon was well received in 2016 Geo Mami Mumbai Film Festival. It is indeed an honor to have you amongst us. Welcome, sir. Welcome to the valedictory section.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pronima, right? That is how we pronounce it.
Right, right, sir.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I now kindly
Thank you.
request you to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
I think there are a lot of people listening to me and watching me. I'm just nervous about that. Myself is Saurabh Sachdeva, and I'm teaching from last many years, as Doctor addressed that, and I am teaching from last 21 years. I was teaching with Mr. Barry, and from last 5 years, I have my own school, and I've also started acting in front of camera. Now also I was in Gwalior shooting for a series called Donali. And for 2 days, I got an off. I came to meet my parents in Delhi. So I'm in Delhi, and this is my hometown. I stay in Mumbai. So that's who I am. And yes, as been told that I have taught a lot of people, a lot of actors in the Bollywood and renowned people. That's what I am known for majorly. More than as an actor, I'm known for my acting as a teacher, teaching skills. So, and that's my passion also, right? I teach every day, most of the days. If I'm not shooting, I'm teaching. So, thing which I was supposed to talk in this seminar, Anurag, who asked me if you want to be a guest. I said, okay, it is going to be a great opportunity and my pleasure to be here. And so what am I going to talk about? He said, what is the difference? What is the OTT, how OTT is different than the conventional cinema industry? How is it attracting audience and how it is becoming a new norm for the entertainment industry in the country? To be honest, I'm not very, I'm not specialist in this. I know something from my experience, which is definitely OTT has given a lot of work to a lot of people, to the actors, to the technicians, to the directors, to the people around, and it has definitely given a lot of money to people, and it is booming. It is in the current time, it's I think $1.7 billion industry, in India, and it's going to be $15 billion in 15,000 billion in a few years, which is going to be a big thing. Uh, yes, so I believe it has given work to me also. It has my platform. I started from the OTT, majorly from the Sacred Game. People think I've started from Maroon. Maroon was just a film I did, and it has a small launch, but Sacred Game is what has given me a platform, a big platform. Because OTT has gone to 200 countries, we can showcase any show in 200 countries. And Sacred Game itself was in 191 countries, which is quite a huge number, which cinema cannot do. If it's not commercial cinema, if it's a small cinema, it cannot reach to that kind of audience, which is great for an actor and for all the technicians. I remember I was in Paris, and the people came to me, and they knew me, and they said, "You're Saurabh Sasteva. Oh, you were working in Sacred Games, and you're Isa." And they started taking photos, and my parents were there, and they were very happy. So that is the power of OTT nowadays. But I still feel the beauty of cinema going into theater will never go, and never. A lot of people ask me these questions that is film is going to be in OTT and not in the cinema? Is cinema dying? I don't believe that, because our need to come together is very strong as an species. We used to, from the ages we have done that, sit in front of bonfire and told stories to each other, and we come together so that we can feel together and we can express together, and that is the need. It's like I believe that going to some temple, mosque, or Gurudwara, or going to Ganga Shanan karne ke liye jab jate hain, so it's like same thing, like everyone come together in that aarti and we become one, and it's a powerful energy which transforms us from outside to in, and that is what cinema does. It's so spiritual in my head, and which OTT can't do, because when we go in that dark room and we're sitting with many people, sometimes hundreds, sometimes 1,000 people, and we are experiencing the emotion together. It is transcendent experience, and we become one most of the time. And that experience, which is very subjective, like I don't believe news is subjective, it's very objective, and only cinema or music also can be very subjective. It becomes very subjective experience. We are looking at the character, but we are assuming what the character is going to do, and in that assumption we start feeling ourselves. We become one with the character, and that's very subjective experience which happens in cinema, which can happen on our mobile or on our laptop or our TV, but there are a lot of distraction around. Distraction of people calling, other things. The sound is not clear because of the things around us. And when we go into theater, that is all gone. That is all, it's not there. So that experience is very profound in my view. And that is why I don't think that cinema is going to vanish, or the theater is going to, there are no theaters going to be there. It might change its form, like storytelling has always changed its form. We used to sit in front of bonfire, and then theater. Audience used to go to theater to see plays. Then they also started going to the films. And similarly, we have to, like, if you वो कहते हैं ना, if you bring Ganga Jal at your place and you can have it every day, but that's not the experience we want. The experience is going there and being there and feeling that togetherness is also very important. It's like going into it and becoming that pure human being. Not that we become water, but we become one with water. So similarly, when we go in the theater, we become one with the sound, with the visuals. It's a beautiful experience, which cannot be changed by OTT. Yes, OTT is bringing a lot of money and also giving, as I told you, giving a lot of work to people who were not working, like me. I struggled but worked as a teacher for almost 17 years when I got this break of Sacred Game. And from there, I've started getting a lot of work, and a lot of actors are doing. OTT is breaking the barriers of the language. For example, take the example of Money Heist show, which is Spanish series, yet being watched worldwide, right? OTT provides global reach to the show, which were popular in some region or country. So small film which couldn't get the distribution are also getting recognition, which is great. But I am also scared that those films get lost in so much content, and that is my worry as a cinema appreciator or a teacher, an actor, that those films get lost in the crowd and too much is happening. So maybe the content will also need to I'm not sure with censorship, but has to be understood, क्योंकि बहुत कुछ आ रहा है, बहुत खिचड़ी बन रही है, which is going to be a problem. That is my view. Yeah, that's majorly. Hello, yeah. Hello, I can hear myself. Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible. Sorry for the delay. You're audible. I think there's a slight echo. I request my technical team to kindly look into the glitch. Sir, I think it's fine. Apologies for the disturbance.
So, the idea of cinema being a mirror to our subjectivity, unlike anything else in the world, there is reality, and then there is our first person subjective perspective on the world. And the documentary or the news, even though the news is biased, they cannot come close to cinema. That is why it's so profound. Cinema means theater, going in theater and really experiencing that. Yeah, I don't know what else I have to say on this topic. I am myself very exploring this and understanding. Definitely we need great actors to be on OTT, because now the competition is not just small in our own parameter, it's going out there, and a lot of people, and yes, audience has got the power to see what they want to see. Now the distributors or the other people don't have the power, but they might have some power, but majorly audience has been given the power on their mobile, that they can watch whatever they want to. at whatever, whenever they want to, 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 whenever they want to.
Sorry, extremely sorry, sir. Really sorry for the interference once again.
No problem. So yeah. So yeah, I that is what I have in my mind. That audiences, and I'm happy that audiences got the power to see what they want to. But I still feel there is a conflict in my own head that I still want to be in theater watching the film with everyone on that large 35 or 70 screen, where I can feel with the other people and have those popcorns with the other people. That's very important part. Yeah, that's all. I think if anybody, if you want to ask about it, I can give answer. That is all in my head.
Well, I think sir really deserves a huge round of applause. And thank you. In fact, thank you so much, sir, for such a powerful rendition of your thoughts, emotions, and an impactful address. Honestly speaking, sir, I wanted to hear you a little more. That's why it was a little difficult to take it that you have actually ended your address. But as you rightly mentioned that you'll be taking a few questions, I request all our attendees, panelists, and dear guests, as well as our students who are really excited for this session and they are eagerly waiting for some more addresses. Please put your questions in the chat box and in the Q&A section that you see flashing on your Zoom panel. We will definitely take a few questions with the permission of our guests as well as delegates.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
So would you like to have a few questions right now? Or
yes,
maybe
yes.
we can have them after one or two addresses once we are done with this.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Great, sir. So we would like to have the addresses first, and then we'll probably take up questions so that we can go for a panel discussion sort of thing.
Got it. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. And I have to mention this, that as sir just mentioned about the global reach, I would like to mention, sir, that right now it's just the number that you see on the Zoom is not the final number, because there are thousands and thousands of students who are watching us live on YouTube as well as Facebook. And the most important thing is we feel lucky to have heard you today because your message has reached us all very clearly. So thank you once again, and we will be waiting to have a few questions answered by you very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I feel extremely glad to introduce the guest of honor, Kulpreet Freddy Vesunaji. With over 23 years of experience in PR, Kulpreet Freddy Vesuna is an innovator and originator in the public relations industry and is the founder and managing director of Impact Public Relations Private Limited. She has worked with over 200 organizations, both Indian as well as global. Her expertise ranges from brand marketing to corporate communications, from healthcare to biking. She has been instrumental in bringing strong brands and reputations for its clients. She is also the founder of Live Rich, spreading the message that living rich in all aspects of life is possible. She started this initiative with the blessings of her father and guru, Saint Zindagi. It is indeed an honor to have you amongst us, ma'am, and I would now kindly request you to address the gathering. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Bagchi, for such kind words, and I am honored to be a part of this gathering. Whoever controls media controls the mind. And I would like to thank MIT World Peace University School of Media and Journalism to provide me this opportunity to be a part of this relevant and meaningful topic Are there takers of good news? Well, before I share my views, I would like to thank Dheeraj Singh, Director, School of Media and Journalism, MIT World Peace University, who personally invited me. So thank you, Dheeraj, for this opportunity. And I would certainly like to thank Shri, or I would say appreciate Shri Vishwanath Karad, President, and Shri Rahul Karad, who's the Executive President of the university, for bringing the human core value center, that is peace, as a mainline dialogue. Because, we keep talking about a lot of stuff, but peace is what we are looking at the end of our lives. So I think keeping peace is a central core value of human beings, and bringing that to a center main dialogue takes a lot of effort, takes a lot of commitment from people who are trying to keep it alive. And I really appreciate this initiative um, by both the founders. And well, I would have loved to be present physically at the dome, because I belong to Pune, and I saw this when this dome was being made. We were thinking, how will it look like? We would like to be here, and today I am a part of it. And but virtually, and I'm sure I'll certainly visit it very soon, being in Pune, and now that I know it is opened for all, and we'll be there. So, I was listening to all the panelists, and great thoughts by all the panelists which have come forward. And I hope I'll add value to this significant conversation. The theme of this conference, this 3-day conference, is dialogue, inclusivity, and peace. And I think the theme itself is very powerful. And how media can be used to resolve conflicts and bring peace couldn't have been more relevant than the pandemic times. And are there takers for good news? Well, let's see what I have to say. I have, both the feelings in my mind, and I'll definitely share my views. Well, we know that media is the most powerful entity in the world, having the power to make the innocent guilty and the guilty innocent. Hence, media is a double-edged sword that has the power to change minds and hearts through genuine storytelling and influence the mind perceptions. And in my 25 years of personal experience with media, I feel media is certainly bent towards making sensational news. And that's definitely from the day one I entered into this world of media, journalism, PR. And where I remember interacting with the first journalist I met in my life. And I went with a positive story. And they said, koi masala ho to batao yaar, to report to kare. I'm talking about 1997, 96, that's the time. And, I was like, okay, so I have to give some kind of sense, some kind of masala so that my news is there. So definitely, and that remains even today. So the making the news, having a lot of negative masala adds even the eyeballs. Actually, it's not about are there any takers of good news? Are there any people who want to receive good news? That's also very important, I think. And on the other hand, this is the media aspect. And if we look at, conflict as a subject, which was shared with me, conflict is an extreme form of communication. And I think media plays a very vital role in peace building by enabling the conflicts to be expressed and argued through a non-violent manner. And as a consumer of news, I as a consumer of news, and I as a person who also kind of creates news, normally, we get accustomed to one set of thoughts or one set of news platform. My view over the few years have changed on this. I, as a person, individual, professional, and in my personal capacity, I look at various perceptions. I don't stick to one view, because we know that various media houses or various people are bringing their views to us. So hence, before I form my own view, it is very important for me to look at different perspectives or perceptions in the media. Like, if you read same news in Times of India, will give you a different perspective. And if you read same news in Indian Express, will give you a different perspective. So having different perspectives is very important in life, because that kind of enables you to think deep, think from different angles, and enrich yourself with others' perspectives. So I think that element of perspective, even from the good news or the bad news point of view, is very important. And if we actually talk about the year 2020, which when we were hit by the unprecedented times of the pandemic, there was a time, I'm sure, everybody here on Zoom and even live on Facebook would relate to me, that even our doctors were telling us, please stop seeing news, because there was so much of negativity and scare which we were getting, we were seeing visually, and visual impact has the greatest impact on our minds. I'll relate it to law of manifestation also later on, how our mind works. But if we actually see, even the doctors stopped us because there were a lot of people who were going in depression and scared watching TV. I was washing my hands 20, 30 times in like 2 hours. So that was, only because of watching news and watching all negative news. And there was no space in those few months that we could relate to something positive or happy. Yes, later on, we also saw that media also addressed this issue of positivity and started giving out stories of hope. I still remember when the first COVID patient was recovered, every news channel, every newspaper was giving a story of hope to everybody. So I feel that yes, media is bent towards negative news. At the same time, it also provides positive news and a ray of hope when needed. And in these times, yes, we have certainly seen that there are a lot of media houses who have come forward to provide hope to the people of the world. And also, like Saurav was mentioning, that it's the media has reached, it's a world media. Today, with OTT, I can access anything sitting here right now. I'm sitting in my room and I'm actually mentally in the MIT Peace Dome, right? So the impact of media is so much on our minds that we need positivity coming out from a lot of channels, a lot of mediums, because I believe that how we kind of live our lives are made of thoughts, and these thoughts come definitely from within, and these impressions come from outside, from our circumstances, from our situations, from our society, from our family. And if we are too much open towards negative news or negative environment, which of course is a predominant environment in news, is not right for the well-being of the humanity. And hence I think having a peace university is a very positive approach of bringing peace to the world. And when I was seeing this dome being made, I was like, wow, okay, somebody is making a dome for peace. I was like totally overwhelmed and happy about it. So I think negative news have a huge negative impact. We at times say, okay, kuch nahi hota, we are just looking at news and we'll ignore it. Yes, we do ignore it, only consciously. We can't ignore it subconsciously. And that's the key. When we hear all negative news, or negative projection of emotions, which is there. I'm not saying that negative projection of emotions is there everywhere, and it is, we attract negative emotions faster than positive emotions. So hence, I think positive emotions and good stories is the need of the hour, and we need platform like yours to bring such conversations alive. Otherwise, negativity is everywhere. If you, in terms of media, it's only negative media. And I was there was one channel, I think, which has been recently launched. I think it's called the Good News Channel. It's called the Good News Channel. So I think there is some kind of sensitivity and positivity which media is also trying to project. But as we know, the audience wants or gets kicks out of negativity. I don't know why, but that's what get. That's how cinema is made. Masala sells, and then there's a lot of masala there. And if you look at last 1.5 year, a lot of influencers, celebrities, commoners, everybody came out with positive storytelling. They showed compassion, showed a ray of hope to humanity that yes, we can pass through this pandemic times. And even now, if you go on, because the mediums of media is tremendous right now. We can see everything on our mobile. Wherever we go, we are just attached to media in some way or the other. We are nowhere in this world where we are not consuming information. So information is coming to us from everywhere, be it TV, our phones. We go out at an airport, it's TV, again media. We go out, even to restaurants, there's TV. You go out anywhere, you are just consuming information. So consuming of information, if it is too much of negative information, it will impact our subconscious mind. And that's why a lot of societies, kind of deals with depression, because that's what is shown. And there are words, negative words, which are shown on media, which I think there should be some kind of guidelines there. I am complete believer of peace, and I believe that when you talk peace, peace happens. But if you don't talk peace, peace will not happen. So that's again important. And if you go back to last year, if you remember, I'm sure everybody who was on this Zoom would remember that Sushant Singh reporting, made so many people guilty. They were not even involved, right? So negative attraction towards news is definitely there. It is because of TRPs or readership or circulation, or maybe some kind of hormone release in our body or mind. We don't know, but yes, that's a reality. And how we will change this reality will only be when we talk about positivity, we talk about inclusivity, we talk about peace in the mainline dialogue. It cannot happen as a sideline dialogue. Peace has to be a mainline dialogue. So are there any takers of good news? Yes. Saying that, I think we need more receivers of good news, because the moment we'll receive good news will be given out. That's what I think, I believe, and I'm sure all the panelists will agree to that. And I would leave you with a saying of Gandhi ji, which says that an eye for an eye only ends up making the world blind. So let's look at positivity. Negativity will always be there. Let's look at positivity and spreading good news through such a powerful medium, which is media, and which is going to be more stronger with smart TVs, with Alexa. It's we don't know what we are getting into. The kind of brains which are building the next wave of media, we don't know what they're into. Sitting here, we'll be knowing what is happening in space, right? So while we are going into that zone of fast connectivity, fast information, and influence, that needs to be somewhere streamlined towards positivity and peace. It's very much required. And I think I would only like to thank and appreciate the MIT World Peace University for bringing such a meaningful topic in the mainline dialogue. and it's been there alive for last 3-4 days, and I am very happy and honored to be a part of this congregation. Thank you once again, and I will definitely be open to take some questions in the end. Thank you, Dr. Bagchi.
Thank you. Let's give a huge round of applause for ma'am, who has actually instilled a ray of hope in all of us. Ma'am, I must appreciate that your valuable remarks have indeed added value to this exchange of thoughts, the dialogue that you mentioned, as well as to this August gathering. So thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Pleasure is all mine.
Thank you, ma'am. Dear delegates, we are deeply honored to have amongst us the guest of honor, Shri Tarun Vijayji, former member of Rajya Sabha and a senior journalist. Shri Tarun Vijay is a renowned author, filmmaker, and a nationalist leader with deep interest in global security matters. He has also been a member of Rajya Sabha till July 2016. He has written 23 books, out of which many of them have been translated into several Indian and foreign languages. He made India's first tele-serial on River Indus that has given name to our nation and civilization. Presently, he is a chairman of National Monuments Authority at Government of India. We are indeed honored to have you, sir, amongst us. And I now kindly request you to address the gathering. Shri Tarun Vijayji, over to you. Namaskar, sir.
Hello.
Namaskar, sir. I hope you can
Hello,
hear us.
namaskar.
Namaskar.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Hello.
Sir, you are audible. I hope you're able to hear us.
सुरेश जी अभी आवाज नहीं बेशर Hello.
Hello, sir. Are you able to hear us? I'll request my technical team to kindly please check with Shri Tarun Vijayji. And very soon we will have him speak on a very important theme, which is the theme of this valedictory session. Are there really no takers for good news? And meanwhile, I would like to also mention that we have had some amazing deliberations on a lot of sessions, which I'll mention shortly. Shri Tarun Vijayji is back. Sir, namaskar. Are you able to hear us?
Hello, friends. I'm really feeling very honored and privileged to be sharing my thoughts on you on a very important, significant, and critical subject. That is inclusivity, democracy, and peace in media. I've been a media person all my life. For the last 42 years, I'm in the field of media and have written almost in every single newspaper in the country. And I found that media is the main instrument to have the message of peace, the message of amity, the message of togetherness, the message of
Tarun Vijayji,
joy
sorry to interrupt
and
you.
hope
Sir?
Spread in the society. There must be some negativism in one segment of the media, but we should not have a generalized opinion about it on the basis of a small segment, which is spreading negativity. Let them do it, because whatever the darkness does, no power on earth, no collective efforts of the entire accumulated darkness on this earth can stop a small lamp to spread light. All that we have to do is to spread the light, light a lamp, and the darkness will be defeated. That kind of a confidence, that kind of a strength should be there in our pens, or maybe now in our laptops and in our heart. Friends, Swami Vivekananda quotes are an eternal source of strength for us. And he said that the strength lies in you. You don't have to search it outside. Be brave and be courageous to fight against the wrongdoers, against the evil, against those who have been spreading hatred, who have been spreading divisiveness, who have been spreading extremism. There was never a time when the media had a greater role to spread peace than this. And there is no other country in the world except India that can establish the significance, the importance, and the strength and power of inclusivity. The idea of inclusivity, the idea of bringing everyone together is the idea that sustains the global life, that sustains the society, that sustains the dynamism of a people, that gives hope and gives an idea of progress. Which other country in the world, except India, who had given refuse to the Jews, to the Parsis, when every single other country in the world except India refused them, sent them back, persecuted them, spread hatred against them. 2000 years before, friends, this is the same India which gave shelter. I think the word shelter is not so good, but the home to the Jews and the Parsis, and then the later Tibetans, everyone who was refused any kind of help found a home in India. And they were never asked to convert. They were never asked to give up what they believed in. And they flowered and prospered and became great contributors in the story of India, in the progress of India. We have seen that the greatest warriors, singers, poets, architects, engineers, filmmakers, film actors were given by these persecuted minorities of the world, like Jews, like Parsis. That is the power of inclusivity. That is the power of democracy that gives us peace. Today, when we see that in Kashmir, the ugly face of extremism, the Islamic jihadism is rising its head, and like cowards and thieves, they are attacking the people, like the laborers, the common wage earners who have come there from various parts of the country. And I hate to use the word that whether they were Punjabis or Biharis or Gujaratis or Marathis, they were all Indians. They are all Indians. Their basic identity is Indian. In this country, should it be a crime to be loyal to the Constitution, to be loyal to Mother India, to be loyal to the tricolor? That is the only thing that the Islamic jihadis don't want in Kashmir. But we will defeat them because the power of truth, the power of inclusion.
Hello, sir. I think due to some technical glitch, we are unable to hear, sir. Till sir comes back with the permission of the Director of School of Media and Journalism, Shri
He
Dhiraj.
has logged in again, Pranima ma'am.
Yeah. I was just seeking permission for the Q&A. Just 2-3 questions, sir, with your permission, after Tarunji has spoken.
Yes, we can do that.
Right, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sani ma'am, for confirming. We are waiting for Shri Tarun Vijayji.
Tarunji, you're on mute, sir. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the power of media lies in spreading the message of inclusivity. This is the inclusivity that makes us read the news of Mizoram and Manipur and Arunachal, along with the news of Noida and Bulandshahr and Murshidabad and Coimbatore. This inclusiveness makes the fabric of India, which Rabindranath Tagore said that let India rise, which is free of any fear and is able to defeat the powers of darkness. This is the power that Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib and Guru Gobind Singh fought, and they defeated the evil empire of the Mughals with their sacrifice, with their belief in truthfulness. That is what I think the media must follow today. The media has given a very good message through the several articles, news items, and the public opinion on how to fight COVID, how to fight the spreaders of hatred. And during the COVID time, the people were fully given the right kind of to fight COVID, how to help each other. Especially the social media played a very big role. There were instances when the oxygen cylinders were supplied by one stranger to the other stranger, from one city to the other city, only through social media, only using several Facebook and Twitter. That's the power of media and the spirit of togetherness and inclusivity. That in several parts, India has become the biggest elected center in panchayats of women. The poor women, the rural women, they are more than 20 million have been elected to panchayats, right from Kashmir to Lakshadweep, from Andamans to Gujarat and Arunachal Pradesh. So inclusivity, democracy, and the role of media, they are intertwined with each other. We have seen that in several cities, when the people were in great distress, it was the power of media that without knowing who the person needs help, the help provide the help. And that inclusivity. Let that inclusivity that has been the basic introduction of India. When the world was fighting with each other on small trivial matters, it was India that gave the message of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or the world is one family. When there were hardly any university in the world, 2000 years before even Cambridge and Kellogg and Oxford came into being, we gave the University of Nalanda and Takshashila, where people from Mongolia, Korea, Japan, Arab, several other countries came to learn science, metallurgy, and other literary disciplines. This is the power of inclusivity that gave India a prime position in the world as a land of peace, spirituality, and happiness. Friends, today we are facing multifaceted challenges. We are the only country in this world which is surrounded by two nuclear powers, which has been inimical to us. We are the only country in the world which has succeeded in greatest campaign to vaccinate 1 billion people, while the prophets of doom were doubting our
I think there are a few more technical glitches. I'll request my technical team to kindly look into the errors. Meanwhile, we would also like to have a few questions answered. So if you're there, Saurabh Sachdeva ji, we can see Kulpreet Freddy Vesuna ma'am.
Yes, I am here.
Yes. So, sir, I think, the first question is from Dr. Alex Hankey, who is a professor emeritus at MIT World Peace University. He would like to firstly compliment you, saying that it's wonderful to hear Saurabh Sarsevaji's spiritual understanding of cinema. So, sir, how did you gain your understanding of collective consciousness of being in a cinema audience? This is his question. Sir, you're on mute, sir.
Yeah, I think it comes from my education because I was born in a house where people were very spiritual. And me, who was not spiritual, but was trying to find my own spirituality, not through any murti or anything else, but from the collective consciousness. And that is how I got into acting also. And acting gave me that platform to understand human behavior and human mind and human psyche and emotion. And I also believe when the human mind is shut down, which happens in theater, inside the theater, when a very egoistical person also, when he goes in the theater and he relates to the character and he let go of that ego, which happens in the theater. So when we are not about our mind, we are connected on emotional level. We are in communion. And when we are in communion, we are very authentic. And in that authenticity is feelings, which is because feelings are married to feelings. So it's my search for myself was very high, and my search for the human excellence, how they can grow. And that is how I became a teacher also, because my schooling was not that great and my teacher couldn't understand me, and I was struggling with I'm dyslexic, and I'm struggling with words and with literature, and with my vocabulary is not that great, but my EQ was very high. And with Mr. Barry John himself, I started reading books, and he made me understand of reading books. And from books, from understanding human behavior, understanding my body, my mind, and my emotional life, made me more spiritual and connected to others. And I felt more spiritual. And Mr. Barry used to say, making of a better actor is making of a better human being. So that really stayed with me. And and obviously reading Gita and other things where it's all a stage and we all are players. And then Shakespeare also said that. So yeah, it's all coming from there, I think. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. And dear audience, Tarun Vijay ji is back. Shri Tarun Vijay ji, extremely sorry for all the technical glitches and really sorry for the inconvenience. And we would request you to kindly unmute yourself and please continue with your address, after which we will definitely proceed with one of.
I think the media had shown the world that the Indian media stands on a very different pedestal, on a very high pedestal as far as peace and inclusivity is concerned. We have seen in European and in American newspapers that how prejudices against us and how their that historical burden that they carry with them works against projecting India's achievements. When India began producing the Made in India vaccine, there were prophets of dooms in New York Times and Washington Post, and even recent reports in CNN. They said, okay, 1 billion vaccinated, but millions are still to be given vaccine. I think this kind of a negativity, they never show for their own society and for their own country. This is reserved as a prejudiced, as a blinkered reporting attitude for us. But Indian media has done very well. We have spread the right kind of message, helped people in distress. Several media platforms like Twitter, Facebook, WhatsApp were used to save lives of thousands, and strangers who never knew each other, who never knew who is the person who is needing help, were given help by a person sitting in Coimbatore to a person who was in Murshidabad or in Kolkata. This inclusivity has always been an USP of India and the greatest introduction of India. I think this inclusivity must be preserved, and our constitution gives us that strength to keep this inclusivity alive. The situation is that every person who has a mobile phone with a camera has become a journalist. And we have seen that thousands and thousands of news portals have begun spreading news about the very remote parts of the country. I got news from Mokokchang, I got news from Chamlang, I got news from Leh, and also from Okha and Kanyakumari on my mobile phone, which the other printed newspapers were unable to do that earlier. This is the power of positivity, which should be used for positive purposes without any prejudice. That's what I wanted to share my views with the MIT audience. And I think that the correct message of Mahatma Gandhi is spread love and fight the evil. And we have been a victim of accumulated prejudice, and leaders like Swami Vivekananda had fought that very successfully. That's the reason that the thoughts of Vivekananda give us his strength even today. Vivekananda is the greatest icon of inclusivity, and we hope that the media people will follow that. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Let's give a huge round of applause for a very thought-provoking address. And thank you so much, sir, for your profound words. We really appreciate your time and presence. Friends, I'm really elated to now welcome our next guest, Sri Kunal Vermaji, a passionate news editor from the Times Internet. I will request you to kindly address the gathering. Sir, over to you.
First and foremost, I would thank MIT World Peace University for organizing this very thought-provoking conference, initiating a dialogue on what I feel is a very important conversation that needs a lot of discussion. It's something trying to get move work towards peace is something which is very difficult, especially when you are in the profession of journalism. Journalism is a much appreciated and also a much maligned profession these days. There are two sides to it. You appreciate a lot is said about how powerful journalism is. But I would want to say this power that journalism, that we talk about in journalism is given to us by the consumers of journalism, by those who consume the news that we spread. So it's important that the message reaches out to the consumers to encourage positivity in journalism. Now, a lot of distinguished people have said a lot. I think almost all aspects of positive journalism has been covered. I would like to, as a person on the desk whose job 24/7 is to try and ensure that what is dished out on my platform to my readers is balanced, does not border on sensationalism, is a very challenging and a very difficult task. Difficult because a lot, even in journalism, there's a commercial aspect of journalism. Business houses, it's a business interest. At the end of it, it's a business interest. So obviously you are driven by the market forces. You are driven by what people want. But then can you still be responsible? Yes, you can. This is my experience over the years. It needs a little bit of effort on your part. And what I feel is it's very important to sensitize each and every person who is in the business of disseminating information. It is very important to sensitize people about the values of positive journalism, to encourage practicing positive journalism, to try and tell them this, especially for the students of journalism. I'm sure your university has a number of students who are studying journalism. They are going to be the future journalists. It is important that at the college level, they are taught about the importance of being unbiased in journalism. When I sit and function as a news editor, it is very important for me to dissociate my opinion, my likes, my dislikes from what I am disseminating. I may have very strong personal likes and dislikes, but it is very important that as you grow as a professional, you learn to dissociate your personal opinion, give your personal color to news when you're disseminating it. Because when you dish out a colored opinion, a colored information, then that affects a lot of people who are consuming it. And it's true, as people said, media has a lot of power, because you will always hear that I read it on this website, I saw it on the TV, I read it in the newspaper. So it's very important that while we dish out information, we remove our personal biases, which we all have. There's no harm in having our personal biases, but when you're functioning as a journalist, and especially if you're in the business of news, for those who have a very strong opinion on issues, well, they are welcome to write blogs. There is a section of opinion pieces where your opinion, you can reach out to people with your opinion. But when you're in the business of news, whether it's digital media, whether it's television media, whether it's print media, it is very important that you don't let your personal biases affect your job. And that has to be done at every level. People have to be sensitized. And that grooming should start from the college. When the students are learning journalism, they should know that journalism is powerful, but it is very important to be unbiased while you are working as a journalist. So I think this is a very good initiative to promote responsible journalism, positive journalism. It's a difficult thing, no doubt about that, because even when we are sitting behind the desk and trying to think of a headline, I know that a sensational headline will give me more clicks. But then it is at that point in time where you need to ponder and think whether you want those clicks at the expense of being sensationalizing the news, because that could have wider ramifications, especially when you are working on a platform like Times of India, which has an enormous reach. A post from Times of India Twitter handle, if it's wrong, even if we withdraw it and say 2 minutes, 3 minutes, in that 2-3 minutes, it reaches out to so many people that it's difficult to control the damage that has already been done. So it's a constant fight between trying to be successful with the story, trying to ensure that your story gives you a good response, and also being responsible in dishing out that information. But I can tell you with my experience that it's very much doable. And fortunately, we are in an organization that encourages it. And I think, but I strongly feel that the younger generation should start being groomed at the college level about the importance and the value of being unbiased while you are reporting news. You report news, let people decide, let them make an opinion. And one important aspect of it is not to use adjectives while you are dishing out news. That's a trend that you see in modern times, a lot of very strong adjectives that go with news. And those adjectives are essentially the opinion of the person who is disseminating the news. So the ideal situation, a difficult proposition, but not undoable, definitely doable, is let people form their own opinion. You dish out news and let people form their own opinion. Don't influence their opinion with what you think about a certain news. And I think a lot already has been said. I don't want to add too much to it. This was my one small message, that if we want responsible journalism, if we want to work with the idea of being inclusive, and if we want to spread the idea of positive journalism, we need to sensitize each and every, at the larger level. Yes, you need media houses, big organizations to promote it. But more than that, it's very important that at an individual level, if all the journalists who are in the profession, they start doing their small bit, I think that collective effort will ensure that you cannot end negative news. Negative news would be there because there are takers for it. So you can't actually end negative news, but you have to ensure that you have more takers for positive news. You can spread positivity more and try and eclipse the urge. And there are innovative ways to do it. When you watch media today, when you watch television, you watch digital platforms, there are a number of ways where innovation is used to depict a certain news. Now, that may be a very biased opinion. At times, that could be a neutral opinion. What I am saying is, just like you can be innovative with negative news, you can be very innovative with positive news. It takes effort, but I'm sure that if it is done over a sustained period of time, it can give wonderful results. And such initiatives as taken by your university is a wonderful effort to try and initiate that dialogue. Even if, say, 10 people, 100 people are influenced by this discussion, and at least sit and ponder and think about the way forward, I think a great achievement has been made. Thanks. This is what I have to say. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. And I must mention that you have truly become a manifestation of the Harmony Ambassador, and your message on responsible journalism will groom youth as future media leaders. So thank you so much for joining us today. And dear audience, due to paucity of time, we will not have many questions, but we would now like to move on to the concluding remarks. I request Mr. Dheeraj Singh, the Director of School of Media and Journalism, to kindly propose the vote of thanks. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Bagchi. So it gives me a great pleasure to sort of bring to close these wonderful 4 days of online brainstorming, deliberations, and asking questions, bringing forth insights, adding to our existing knowledge about the state of media from various stakeholders. We had a very, very inspiring and invigorating 4 days from so many different aspects. We had people from community radio speak to us. We had people from fact-checking organizations come and share their insights about the state of the media today. And of course, we had from mainstream magazines and journals, people who are commentators, people who commentate on the media, people from films, people from music, and of course, our own students who comprised a big part of the audience of this 4-day online conversation. I'd call it a conversation, a continued conversation. About 17,000 students we reached through this, and also a lot of participants from other universities, other organizations who came and heard and gained a lot of knowledge and value, as did we, about our valedictory session. I'm really, really grateful for the wonderful speakers that we had today, beginning from Shri Bhartendra Singh, who's a former MP of Lok Sabha and who took out special time from his busy electioneering that is going on in UP to come and speak to us. Of course, now it is made possible because of the Zoom platform that people can come and join from wherever they may be remotely. Many, many thanks to Shri Bhartendra Singh, who shared real honest insights about the pandemic of trolling, how he was shocked to see some of his own friends in the Congress being trolled, and he felt very, very strongly about that. I'm also grateful for Shri Tarun Vijay, who shared a long perspective on India's history of inclusivity and also democracy, and how India has traditionally been a society that has accepted people from all corners of the world and integrated them into the mainstream of the Indian fabric, and how India continues to do that. So thank you so much, Shri Tarun Vijay, for those wonderful insights from your vast experience as a journalist and also as an MP. I'm also grateful to Shri Sachdeva, who brought his amazing insights from the film world, from how cinema or people watching movies in theater, that will never go away, and how that itself is a wonderful way for people to come and assembly together and feel each other's presence. OTT can never replace cinema for this very reason, because people want to congregate and meet each other, see each other's smiling faces. So that was a wonderful insight coming from Shri Saurabh Sachdeva. Ms. Kulpreet, Freddie Basuna from the world of PR, a huge experience in the PR world, also enlivened our discussion with her personal take on this idea of how earlier when she came into the profession, she realized there were very few takers of good news, but yet now she sees, especially after the pandemic, this space opening up and becoming wider, when more people are interested in the business of positive stories, inspiring stories, and wonderful insights in how humans like to seek each other's company and eventually like to bond with each other in a physical space. And lastly, Shri Kunal Verma from Times Internet also spoke very, very passionately about his experience in the newsroom, and how the newsroom, often people sometimes forget how a headline can often be only thought of as a clickbait, but there's also a story behind that, and it's very important to remember that human connection of how stories affect the readers, and how stories finally add value to our whole experience of the media, from the media, and as media consumers as well. So wonderful, wonderful panel of guests. So I'm really once again thankful for all of you for taking your time, especially to attend this very end of our wonderful online session. I'm also grateful for our founder president, who gave us this insight about peace and how it has helped us, and it continues to inspire 40 years down the line. Numerous people who have come and gone through the MIT institutions earlier, and now MIT World Peace University, gaining insight into how this whole concept or idea of peace works in every aspect of our lives. So there are different schools here. There's a business school, there's a management school, there's law school, and also of course, the media school. Yet everyone has been touched by this whole experiential practice of peace and how important it is in our time today, in our contemporary times. Also very, very grateful to our executive president, Shri Rahul Kumar, whose vision this whole national conferences, and who first was the first to envision a coming together of journalists from all over the country in a national conference on media and journalism, to brainstorm, to ideate, to think about solutions, to think about the way forward in this industry, which is at the end of the day a very, very powerful tool for us to gain knowledge of the world, and also for us to understand how perspective works in our lives, and how information can finally be used for good. So I'm really, really grateful to Shri Rahul Kumar for envisioning this wonderful platform. I'm also greatly thankful to our Vice Chancellor, Shri Dr. R.M. Chitnis, who has been giving us this huge guidance and support, leadership of how to go about doing this in very, very practical terms. It's helped us being very, very supportive to us. Also, Dr. Anuradha Prasad, who's been with us at each step, guiding us on how to carry this forward, because she has previous experience of hosting the other national conferences on media and journalism. I'd also like to thank the other department people, other school people who have been very, very instrumental in hosting, anchoring many of our programs, and taking this wonderful conversation, weaving in their particular insights and weaving in their particular stories into this whole continued conversation over 4 days. I'm also thankful to Shri Abhay Vaidya, who's also done a lot of hand-holding and guiding for this conference, making it a great success, and also conducting one of our most viewed panel of today on investigative journalism. Again, lastly, but not in any way small, I'd like to thank my entire faculty who've been really, really up and about, working day and night, actually 24/7, to make this a huge 4-day online challenge successful. Shri Anurag Verma, I'm sorry, and who has been really instrumental in collecting everyone together, sharing information, running around the clock to make this possible, and really, really a success. Dr. Mithila, who's also been working non-stop, taking in suggestions and taking in ideas. Dr. Shriju, who's been working on a lot of other elements of social media and collecting information about people. Dr. Ashwant, who's been designing a lot of our creatives and also working non-stop for this conference. Dr. Vikas Pathe also, he's been also behind the scenes collecting a lot of information about who the panels should be and how we should form the various themes. So we've been through a long process of brainstorming and finding the best possible headline for all our various sessions. So thank you everyone, and for making this wonderful brainstorming and continued conversation a great success. Thank you all.
I think we all deserve a huge round of applause, because this was indeed a 4-day celebration. And thank you, Shri Dheeraj Singh ji, for giving a microscopic as well as a macroscopic view of the third NCMJ. I would now request all of you to kindly rise from your seats, and I'll request my technical team to please relay the national anthem. I request my technical team to kindly relay the national anthem. Thank you so much to everyone. You all have contributed indeed for making this third NCMJ a grand success. And again, we really deserve a huge round of applause. We now finally come to the closure. And thank you once again for joining us for the valedictory session. I thank everyone from the bottom of my heart, and hope to see you soon next year with amazing themes in the 4th NCMJ. Thank you once again. Take care. Stay safe.